what is going on, right? They know that, what the players.
All right, you're back. You want some more? B-O-E-1. 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 B-O-E-1.
Are feeling they know how we really want to do this. They know that we're worried about delays.
Bro,
But
these guys are always getting
if I
captured.
were them, if I were in their shoes, I would fucking, if it was actually a delay, I would fucking keep quiet and not release this fucking shit here. Only to like get players' hopes up just to get it knocked down, right?
I won't stop until every last one of
That's honestly
Base.
why I
Base.
think we're gonna get news this fall. Very soon, maybe not as soon release. Yeah, I think it's gonna be this week. Because this is literally, if they were to not release anything positive this week, right? This shit would be the most out of fucking touch message. And this person should get fucking fired.
Making a mistake.
Like, literally, you bring in a new person who's your communication manager, and she comes in and does a communications like this to get our hopes up and then just to put it down. Isn't that fucking dumb as hell? That's literally dumb as hell. They're shooting themselves in the foot if they do this. That would be a shot. Exactly. Literally. Again, if this really is gonna lead to fucking bad news and like, hey, we're delaying shit, this would literally be them saying, hey, this person fucking sucks ass as communication and we're just gonna shoot our fucking foot. Fired after, exactly. So that's why, like, a lot of you guys, I see you guys, oh, there's a delay, this is a nothing burger. No, this is not just a nothing burger. This actually, I think, is very solid evidence that we are going to be getting something as soon as this week. Imagine saying you're as excited as we are to announce the delay. Like, what the fuck is that? Why would they say, we hope you're just as excited as we are for a delay? Like, that's literally just it's not a delay announcement, guys. It's not a delay announcement. They would not write it this way. It was a fucking delay. It would also be in line with the launch 7.8 and 0.5 reveal on 30th. Yeah, I think we're totally fine. It's gonna be on time. Again, if they made this message, right, and they're gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna be the end of May, or like it's gonna be in June, I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? Why would you do that? You literally read the fucking room. You got hired here to help with communications, so you don't have to run this bullshit, right? I think they would raise something the delay. Yeah, that too, of course. We're excited for 0.5 to go live in June. No. I'm not even remotely concerned about further delays. people the copium. No, it's not copium. It's not copium. Again, my ass is riding on this too, bro. My ass is riding on this. The information about the delay is a bunch of text on a website. They wrote all the news for the end of April, last week of April, teasers Friday, announced the 30th, 8th. Only this PO2 message. Oh yeah, 100%. I've been saying this entire time. If the PO2 DPI did not post this fucking bullshit, right? If he did not post that his prediction was this late, nobody would be here being like, oh shit, is it gonna delay? It's literally the only reason why. Like half of this community is like, it's gonna get delayed. It's gonna get. Is literally because of this guy's fucking speculation, not even any like real evidence. This guy's a fucking speculation that this is gonna, you know, fucking. It's gonna be fucking delayed.
Whoa.
Day 2 of League broke my house today. I need a 0.5. I'm gonna go broke soon. What's the prediction on Polymarket? God, you know what? At this point, we should start a prediction on Polymarket. At this point, where we actually should start a prediction on Polymarket. All right. Like honestly, the GG plan who posted that to build the hype. I'm not gonna watch the clip yet. We're talking about something else. But it's literally, I don't know. For anybody who's like thinking that it's gonna be delayed, like, you know, we'll see, right? I'm not gonna say it's 100%, but again, it would literally be shooting themselves in the foot to be putting this message out right now. And this person, Kelly, would literally be getting herself fired on day 1 of her job or something like that by putting this message out. I just want a date I can book my PTO, something to look forward to. I'm pretty dang sure it's going to be the 8th, but yeah, you should wait for it to come out. How long do you think we'll get an announcement? This week. We're going to get an announcement very likely this week. But again, I don't think they would post this if it wasn't coming actually extremely soon, right? It might even be tomorrow. Who knows, right? It might even be tomorrow. But we're gonna be getting something. I'm expecting something this week. They would not post this message if they weren't gonna bring this. Sure, they know they know how hard it is to communicate that, so we can put more time. I don't know, man. It feels like this is just how they do their communications. I don't know why they do this way. But now they, like you said, they should know the fucking date. I don't know why they don't just do it.
This is a good map.
If it wasn't delayed, why the long wait? I mean, there's not really a long wait. Literally, it's the... So, if we're going by timing-wise for May 8th, right? It should have been on Thursday/Friday last week. That's literally just a weekend wait, which they're not even in the office, right? So technically, we've only had a delay of like 1 day, 1 or 2 days for the message. So, you know, we'll see, right? Is it true that notes are out? Is it going to be false allocation? I'm not saying, I never said notes are out. Company's now on. Wait, is that Dead Rabbit from the Path to Exile podcast? No way. He's in here in the flesh. There's no way. The announcement or the announcement? Well, I think it's not really an announcement, because like, or announcement of the announcement, because I don't know. I'm trying to basically like, what this stream is trying to do, what we're trying to do is just rationalize this post, because there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, this is a nothing burger, but I don't think it's actually a nothing burger. I actually do think we're gonna get news this week. They didn't reveal the date yet because they didn't plan, you know, Monday meeting and stuff. OGG, they make this post and more info was given out on Thursday. It's gonna be this week. It's gonna be this week, all right? There's no way they post this post and they're not revealing something this week. It might even be as soon as tomorrow. It might even be as soon as tomorrow. Like, they're probably, like, my guess for what's going on, right? Potentially, it's like graphics, videos, whatever it might be, final basically run through to make sure everything is like in check for the review. Like, they just need all those pieces. They probably have the date, they probably have the time, everything, but they need like a little bit of time to put together like the actual what is it called, the actual release, the actual time, or the to put through the actual full message basically. Yes, the presentation, exactly. Do you have the same feeling that before every league, the hype is bigger? I think the hype for this league is really big because it's supposed to be the end game update, right? And like, in my opinion, this is probably going to be the biggest update for Path of Exile 2 since Zero. It has to be this week. Diablo DLC is going to be so jealous that they will always all the way reveal something. There's no there's so much. The presentation is taking longer. I mean, it might actually be that, right? They want to be able to like get a teaser hype enough to actually like, you know, set up for this big hype patch. Did they hire me today too? I wish. But again, if this person right here and the team, right, and the entire team.
Oh, I never got my fucking black bar here. I'm stupid.
Out, and they're gonna go and announce a delay. This is literally shooting themselves in the goddamn foot. It really is. They want as much as possible to go and not overpromise like they did with 0.4 endgame changes. What are you expecting in endgame content? I mean, I'm expecting Atlas skill tree, Atlas rework, potentially like league changes, well, like making leagues better, league mechanics better, like all that stuff. They're edging us. They really are. They really are. No name person set up for the fall. Will 0.5 make or break the future update if they don't deliver? I don't think it's a make or break, but I think it could potentially like really sour the rest of the early access. If like this patch does not hit, I think at least the rest of early access is going to be like, people are going to be very unhappy with it. But like at the same time, it's with typical GGG, right? If something really doesn't hit, they will update it in the middle of the league and make it better. And we've seen that every single league, right? 0.2 started out real shit, they fixed it, and then it was a lot better. 0.3 came in, was a banger, but then the towers were kind of fucked, so they fixed it in the middle. 0.4, Temple was fucked, they fixed a lot of it. As much as they could. Like, regardless if it
didn't really make
comes
Temple
out, like,
better,
great
they
or
just
not,
kinda
they will fix it, but it will do a lot of damage to the game, especially in early access. Seriously, good day. Again, I think it's definitely gonna be this week. There's no way it's not gonna be this week, and I'm pretty dang sure. I'm like 90% sure that it's coming on time. She's the new Bex. Was Bex a communications manager, or was she a community manager?
What's the difference?
What's the release date? First week of next month. It's probably going to be the 8th. I'm almost like, I think it's a very high likelihood it is. Very high level. You think reveal stream this week? No, definitely not. Definitely not reveal stream this week. I mean, maybe. Who knows? I doubt it though, because usually they at least. I mean, the earliest the reveal stream will be. I mean, it's basically it has to be next week, right? I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna do teaser this week. They might even like do like a thing where there's gonna be teasers, like multiple teasers this week. It might even be that, right? We'll see, but at least they'll have one teaser that's gonna announce the G live stream. Is my guess. Let's see. Hi, Kelly. Hope you keep us informed and entertained over here. You will be. Link to the post? Yeah, sure. Gladiator. I mean, there's a possibility that this is a teaser for the Gladiator. I mean, I'm not gonna say that this is not a possibility, but somebody said, I forgot, I think I was on the Try podcast I was on, he said that maybe they changed the name back to Duelist or something like that on like the website. Let's see. Path of Exile 2 classes. Well, 8 classes. They do not have the thing for it yet. Try was saying that they somewhere they changed it to where it says Duelist. I don't remember where it said. Imagine the new league will be delayed. Diesel confirms Gladiator for 0.5. Check on PoTV. I mean, we looked at PoE2DB. They still have the same prediction date. It's still the same. They haven't changed it yet. Hope the icons on the site. Like, I hovered it. It doesn't do anything. Now, something we could potentially do, right? We could go into Inspector, and maybe it'll let me pick this. Oh, it's still Gladiator. At least in the files, right? Oh, interesting. Okay, so in the files, right, it says the Assassin. So it doesn't even say Shadow. It doesn't even say Shadow. It says the Assassin. Of course, we have the Druid, and then it says the Gladiator. The Warrior, the Sorceress, the Ranger, the Huntress, the Monk, the Mercenary, the Witch, the Marauder, and the Templar, right? Marauder and Templar do have the right names, but then we have the Assassin for Shadow. But I mean, but the thing is, like, on the little teaser thing, they did say Shadow by name. So I don't even know. Like, this is definitely not 100%. I don't think this is 100%, because if we went to like the little teaser that they did for in the Path of Exile build of the highlighted builds, right? We go to the highlighted build. I think they say Shadow on here. So I don't even know if that really means anything.
But anyway, the point being, armies, or even knives, at least until we release the Shadow one day.
Yeah, see, look, he says Shadow. So I don't know if we can really put too much weight on that. I was hoping that it would give us a little bit more, but I guess it didn't really give us any more, unfortunately. Then assassinate every mob. Kelly's also actually confirming that it's the Gladiator 100%. I really do think that's like GGG usually love doing this stuff, right? Where they, like, you know, place these very intentional hints into like their posts. So it literally says Gladiator too, right? Of course, this movie is called Gladiator. This guy's a gladiator. But if you want to be even more explicit, it literally says Gladiator on the top left. I don't know, guys. I think that this is really pointing towards the Gladiator. Maybe it's Copia. Maybe I'm bringing myself down like a rabbit hole or something like that. But there's potentially, I think it's very likely that it's going to be Gladiator. That's a temp. What's the new CLDR? We're probably going to get an announcement this weekend. It's probably going to be a positive. Very likely. I'd say with a 90% plus percent chance that both of those are happening. What did the art book say about Assassin? It said Shadow. It said Shadow on it. So the delay is because new class is armor based and they realized how bad melee is, so they took extra time to fix it. Now that would be insane. If it's Copium, I'm ready to hump it like crazy. I'm a gladiator stand. Dude, I actually do think that like all of this is probably the direction we're pointing. May 1st, May 8th? It's May 8th. It's probably gonna be May 8th. Because like they're not gonna do the live stream this week, right? So it's gonna be May 8th. Like again, I'm not gonna say go take your days off for May 8th, right? I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying like it's very, very likely that we're gonna be getting on time. If not, maybe like there is a chance it could be delayed by like a week. There is a chance. I don't think it will be, but there is a chance. But we're definitely going to be getting, it's not going to be June, and I don't think it's end of May. It's probably going to be on time or at most 1 week. You need the Sir Gog opinion. Somebody posted a senior gladiator closely before the patch. Most of the community are expecting gladiator. It's too much on the nose. Exactly. It is too much on the nose. It really is. I do think that it's gonna be, again, we'll summarize again. We're gonna go watch a Sir Gog video just to see his opinions. But to summarize my opinion again, right? Path of Exile 2, GGG, their team pays attention a lot to the community. They read the Reddit, they read, probably Discord a lot, they watch YouTube videos, they've mentioned they watch my videos, right? They watch my stream. They know how we feel. They know what the community feels about the game, all right? So they're in touch with the community. So they know we are super hungry and we're worried. We're worried they're gonna be delayed, right? And as a result of that, what's gonna happen is they are going right now, posting this post right now, right? It would literally be shooting themselves in the foot to post this post right now to get our hopes up just to have it shot down. Right? We hope you are just as excited as we are. So it's an exciting post. They're excited for it. It's gonna be very soon. They just hired this person. If this person posts this and it is just going to let us down, that is literally her telling the team, telling everybody is gonna be like, fire Kelly like immediately, right? That is literally what's gonna happen, because this post, the way that it's, the timing, the the wording, everything is literally that. You don't reveal a delay, you best announce it. Is rhetorics. Exactly. You don't like hype people up for a delay. You don't we're gonna be announcing something soon and it's gonna be a delay. No, you don't do that. You just don't do that. Like literally everything is pointing towards no delay. News is coming very soon, potentially this week, right? And it might even be multiple teasers over the next couple days. Maybe it's a conspiracy. She got the job to take one for the team. I mean, they could have made somebody else if that's the case. I don't know. It's a terrible look, all right? It's a terrible look. That would be a terrible look. Regardless, it would be a terrible look. You can't just blame her. Her job is to make the communication, right? It's a terrible look. We already have items for the Gladiator and the Bringer of Rain. Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah. You sold me teaser tomorrow. Let's go tease us, please. Don't gas us up. I mean, I just don't see if there's any other way to look at it. Because it would literally be so anti, like, common sense to be not being this way. Again, at the most, right? The worst case scenario, I think, is going to be we're doing the announcement this week. There's news this week. We're doing teasers. But at the same time, there is a 1 week delay. I think that is going to be the worst case scenario. All right. Which 1 week, I'll take it. Right. It's not June. It's not end of May. It's fine. It would be the second week of May. I am ready. They should have said teasers though, not a reveal. I mean, their reveal would be revealing the dates, revealing the, yeah. I don't know. I don't read into the reveal word that deeply like that, but I do think reveal is a positive connotation again. I think it is a positive connotation. Would it be Assassin Shadow? Like which Zork or Radiant Huntress are missing something? What do you mean? No. So it's not going to be like Assassin Shadow because we already have a class in the Dex section, the int Dex section. It will be Monk and then something else. But if you're wrong, the remote is getting revealed. Yes, if I'm wrong, the remote will be getting a reveal. Actually, there won't be much of a reveal because you won't be able to see it because of how deep it is in my rectum. All right.
What?
What's the news? That we're probably going to be getting an update this week, and it's probably going to be coming on May 8th. Very likely. Again, worst case scenario, it gets delayed by. If it'll be negative, it's like we know you're all isolating for 0.9 will use for something like that. Exactly. This would not. This is everything about this. Like none of it screams anything negative. It is all positive. Are they already off for work? Today they are, yeah. Today they are. Maybe May 1st will be legendary because it's worldwide free work. That would be legendary, but I don't know. Like there is a chance, right? There is a chance we get the live stream next week, and then of the same week we get the release. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. But the world, weird things happen. Weird things happen. But I don't think so. I think that's like a 5% chance that happens. Please, let's ignore the message on Pro2DB. There's nothing like a delay coming. Honestly, I wish that she could have come out and just said like, there have been some weird rumors about the release dates on for this patch, but don't worry, trust us, it's coming soon. Something like that. That would have been great. ABO in New Zealand, how far ahead are they? They're like a day and very much far ahead. All right, let's go watch the Surgog video, right? I want to see what the Surgog says. I'm not gonna look at the PoE 1 stuff. Okay, he's starting with PoE 2 stuff. Okay, starting with PoE 2 stuff. Let's see what Surgog has to say.
Grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 and 2 discussion. That's right, we've got news for both games today, although this is primarily going to be about Path of Exile 1. So the first two pieces of news apply to both games equally, then all the rest of it is Path of Exile 1 exclusive. Today, Granny Gear Games have put out an announcement about a new appointment that they've made. Kelly is the new lead communications manager, and undoubtedly we'll get to know them over the next little while. But the key thing here that we know is that they're going to be working alongside Natalia, Blake, Eben, Matthew, Nick, Kiki, and Tom in the community and communications department there. And it's worth knowing that Natalia and Nick are people that, like, community members may have had interactions with in the past, while Bex, who used to run communications at Granny Gear Games, was on parental leave. Natalia took over for her. And then Nick is someone who's also been doing a number of things lately. But Kelly is going to be taking over there. And the key thing with this is that this means we're likely to see some changes in past practice. Even things that worked in the past can often get changed when someone new comes on, just because new people will want to do things a bit differently. So this is what's going on, and this might be part of the reason that we don't yet have a firm release date for Path of Exile 2's 050 patch. The other possibility, of course, is that Grinding Gear Games might not have been willing to commit to a particular date yet. They might have had a couple of milestones that needed to be hit before they can say, right, we're setting it in for this date. All of that out of the way, a reveal will be coming very soon for Path of Exile 2, and we hope you're just as excited as we are. But we don't have any firm dates yet. The last thing we've got is what we said in a previous video, where Grinding Gear Games said they are wanting to have the main live stream reveal late in April, but there's no confirmation of that so far. Right, so we're talking Path of Exile 2 at the moment. Let's go to the change that's been made for Path of Exile 2.
That's it?
So in fact, exactly the same change has been made in Path of Exile 1.
That's it? I thought he was gonna give his take on it. Oh my god. Well, either way, you guys have my take. It's on the pinned comment. It's on the pinned comment. TLDR, if delay and no news this week, the post is shooting themselves in the foot, so highly likely no delay and teasers are coming this week. There it is. All right.
I'll let you know.
Let me pin this comment on YouTube as well, so I don't have to repeat myself. So I don't have to repeat myself. Who you're as excited we are? This wasn't to be written if they'll announce it late. Exactly. Joseph Farum, how's it going? You said you made me think this was actual news rather than GG hiring and firing news. No, I mean, I think this actually is news. I think this is just them basically coming out and saying, we're gonna have good news for you, and it's coming this week, and there's no delay. What's your thought on the dagger play in this video? 631.
Countless generations have walked these paths.
631, 45.
5% increased attributes per socket filled. Oh.
Oh, you're talking about the items? What do you mean? What do you mean by thoughts? If they extract it anymore, we'll have to solve word puzzles to get the patch notes. I'm glad you have announced that they have a new person announced the events. She's not a new hire, she got a promotion to the league. Got it. But either way, right? Whether it's a new person or not, it's just... There's... If she is putting this post up, and it's not good news, we are literally gonna be... They are literally shooting themselves in the foot. Alright? Surely. She wouldn't be advertising her Twitter as well? Yeah, she'd literally be getting blamed. She literally riots would ensue. Her Twitter would be closed in the matter of hours, minutes. Could be just a nickname? Sure, it could be. April 2026. Wow. Kelly GGG, just brand new account. Literally first post, no other post.
Countless generations.
I'm pretty sure after the teasers drop, we'll all be playing with our balls like monkeys from excitement. Due soon, surely. No, it's not. Again, it's not cool. It's not cool. I hope they delay it, as they want us to get a Miso remote clip. We all want to see that. She clearly has a sus personal account. Needed a new one. Opium tank refill for another week. Again, no, I just don't see if there's any other way to do this. Alright, let's see what people say. Let's see what people say. Can't wait. Be very soon, 23rd or 30th launch. I'm happy. New meat, hype. Best of luck. You're gonna need it if 0.5 turns out anything like 0.4. A reveal, no status information, or reveal was used. I'll cling to this word use. Right? I mean, people seem pretty positive. May 8th it is. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, so
Damn it, he didn't read mine. That was mine. Congrats, excited to hear you relay to us that 0.5 won't be delayed till June, right?
let's see here.
God damn it, man. You almost read mine. Come on, Miso.
Yeah, I mean, so I haven't seen anything that bad, honestly. I have not seen anybody being like super like, no way, this is not it, blah, blah, blah. My prediction, 23rd teaser with the stream release, 30th stream, May 8th or May release. I mean, yeah, people on here seem pretty positive. You posted in the Po1 section? Oh, interesting. I don't know why it's in the Po1 section, but... Toxic has posted something toxic on the post. User over my I'll stop calling handsome. May 8th is my birthday, now I have to spend it with my friends and family. Should I catch the flu? I mean, that's up to you, man. That's up to you. Let's see here. Yeah, no. Unless they've just been moderating this to like crazy or something like that, it looks like people are pretty positive. It looks like most people looking at this are looking at this as
I mean, that
positive
new
as well.
meat comment is kind of fucking crazy.
People are anxious that has lost a lot of assholes these days. What can you do? I know it's like a nothing burger because there's no dates yet. Yeah, I think people are feeding your poultry content, especially drama. I think it's very likely. This post is very likely. This week we get updates, we get teasers, and then 2, it's gonna be on time.
Oh, excuse me.
Very boost when we do that. I'm also gonna put a little note. Read the pinned comment. Read the pinned comment. Delay would have announced somehow. It's just foreplay. The delay is late, and I need that remote stream. I lost all faith at this point. Just gotta wait weeks. What can you say about Talkative Try's reaction video? Talkative Try's reaction video? What reaction video are you talking about? We were talking more about content of the patch, full copium, 2 new mechanics, full endgame rehaul, and of course a new weapon. Well, I mean, I think this is literally right here. It's too on the nose, guys. It's too on the nose. There is, I think it is just way too on the nose.
Sail exile.
She just likes the movie. Yeah, yep, exactly. Exactly. Do I see Sir Gog? We were watching Sir Gog's video earlier. We were hoping that you had an insight into it, but he didn't talk about it. It could be bad. Could GGG have got the comms manager because the comms are so bad they need somebody specifically managing it? Is a pretty old frequently used reaction video. Yeah, but again, it's too on the nose. It's literally too on the nose. What is it called? The fact that we are all expecting a new class. The fact that there is a class.
Are we expecting a new
Gladiator
class?
and
I'm not
lot
expecting a new
more
class.
expecting
If we get one, sick. But I don't think we're getting a new
Use
class.
this exact gift, I really think that is definitely like she's hit. She's hit. When 0.5, I cannot say for certain, but I think it's very likely gonna be made. Is this a real post? Yeah, it's by GGG, or by Kelly for New Communications.
Dude, if they,
Kelly,
dude, if they, like, if the first little teaser picture that they'd like to put out before they put the teaser little video, like the 2-minute one, 1.5-minute one that they typically do, if they put like a picture of just like the hilt of a sword or something, bro, that'd be crazy. That would really change the way we were probably kind of expecting them to do 1.0 though. Because a lot of people are kind of thinking that they're going to do 1.0 with the Marauder, Gladiator, whatever. Duelist. With 1.0, because it's like, oh, it's swords, you know, it's going to probably grab as much of an audience as possible just that alone. But if they put it out with this update, that'd be kind of crazy.
Make your wish.
Oh my
I got
God.
a bone to pick. Miso said in a video, the mechanics I think are coming to the next league are simple ones. Here's why. He said, the tempo is really complex. A lot of people just didn't want to interact with it. So I think the next mechanic is going to be really simple. Pissing me off. What is that logic?
I mean, it makes sense to me. Having 2 leagues in a row that are super complex that are turning people off doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I feel like that's very logical sense. As a designer, as a game dev, as a company, I feel like if there are there's complex leagues, a lot of people don't interact with them. And as a result, next league, they're gonna go with something more simple. Zero Five mechanic in max super chill take this. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a out there opinion. I literally think there's a lot of people who think the same thing. Is it complex or poorly explained? I mean, it is complex in the sense that there's a lot of different interactions with different rooms, right? And learning what the optimal way to build it is very, like, there's a lot that goes into it. So it is complex. It is also poorly explained, though. Can't believe I spent 200 euros on this game. The Temple Rose made it complex. How was the fact that their character bind? Yeah, that was terrible, man. That was terrible. I still don't understand why they made that decision. Is Gladiator 1 at it or 2 at it? It's both. Yeah, it's gonna be both. I believe I'll double it. He's just bum rushing Temple in his sleep, but now it's complex. Well, I mean, the rushing part was like a specific setup too, right? Firstly, you're gonna play the both 2 to end games and 0.1. Temple number 3 was when I finally got burnt out. Yeah, I mean, though a lot of people do like setting up the temple. There are a lot of people that enjoy the process of setting it up. Sneaky is what it is complex, but that's the thing, right? If you're going into a league mechanic, your goal is to try to make as much money out of the league mechanic. So if your goal is to make them as much money out of the league mechanic, a lot of people are going to be trying to min-max it and trying to do the stake, which in itself is complex. Trying to get like the perfect temple, trying to get like a combination in your mind that is like, this is like the best way to do it or whatever. That's all complex, man. What's the tier list we're making today? The copium tier list. Which news and information that we've gotten so far has been the most copium? The game is the easiest, too difficult for people, the game isn't for them. Well, no, it's about like having different types of content, right? There's gonna be some content that is complex, and there's gonna be some complex content that's simple. And it's about having both types of content for different people to play. People who are playing PO2 at 9 to 5 aren't doing that. That's the problem with the game right now. So much of what people are doing is just dictated by death per hour. I mean, that's just like the motivation of the game. Because, like it or not, right? Your goal is to build your character up, make it stronger and stronger, gear it up. What's the best way to gear it? By getting money and trading. So naturally, the game is going to be shifting towards the mindset where it's like, hey, how do I optimize it and make the most money out of it? And that's ARPGs in a nutshell. Optimizing, making the game easy, and making the game, like, you know, pay out as much as you can. Access Nordic theme Rune Master type shit. Ascendancy and Rune Wars introduction, not cope. Of course, we'll never see it, but that's the scope of stuff we deserve at the moment. I play SSF, so I'm booked. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The game is not balanced around SSF. It's not. Like, I think it's in mind, but I don't think it's balanced around SSF.
I agree. SSF is probably not in a good place, but I do think the temple kind of made it better. It is a great way to just get a lot of like bubblegum currency and like, you know, different ways of just being able to just slam items with stuff that you would typically have to spend currency on to get, like exalts and all that stuff. I think it's better for it, but yeah, I don't think it's any I don't think it's in a good place either. Like this game, like there's nothing you can't do. In SSF, like you have access to pretty much everything. Every form of crafting, every form of currency, like it's all here. Damn.
Make your wish.
Oh, yeah. All right. I don't know if it's a rabbit. If you want to do like a tier list thing, we can. We could do like an ascendancy tier list. Like what was the 0.5 or 0.4 ascendancy tier list? It's definitely not going to be like as long as you know, the maps tier list, but it'll be fun regardless. When you get subs, you get money instantly, or do you get paid in chunks? I get paid at the end of the month, basically. I get paid monthly. Do we do a free rework tier list? What do you mean rework tier list? Make a tier list every single day until 0.5 sounds good. Free ascendancy rework tier list? Ascendancy rework? Are you saying like when which rework? Tier list of the sword skills? Like, are you talking like a 0.1 compared to now? Let me message Rabbit. You want to do a ascendancy?
Don't forget, folks, when 0.5 delay is finally announced, I'll be ready to greet you on the 28th for Lord of Hatred on D4.
Thank you, Deckard Cain. You guys heard it first. Deckard Cain wants you guys to go play Diablo 4. In some ways, more crazy than Pull 1 because Pathfinder lets you cast while moving at full speed. Deckard Cain is dead though? No, they bring it back. They bring it back. They bring his ass back. That's my spoiler for you guys. They're gonna bring his ass back. Legends never die. True. Alright, I guess for that, let's watch the Blaze video, right? Let's watch the Blaze video, and then I think by then Rabbit is going to be ready for us to go into tier list. Yeah, I watched the Blaze list video for like my part.
I asked some of the biggest PoE creators what their hottest takes are about Path of Exile 2, and oh boy, things got spicy.
This is my least popular Path of Exile piece of all time, and it's one I...
Okay, before we go into this, I did hear the comments. The comments were hating on Try so bad. I really don't know what he said, though. So, we'll see.
Since 0.1. Remember the initial dodge roll?
And it even has pathfinding in it, so you don't get stuck
on Oh god, that's right. This terrible opinion.
Where you couldn't dodge monster attacks if you were surrounded, and instead of changing the size of certain monsters to allow you to dodge through them, I'm looking at you, Beatles, and you kept grinding your games, change the size of the character model to 0 midway through the dodge roll so you could get through anything. Well, I think they should revert that and change it back so you can get surrounded and screwed. You either need to fight your way out or you will die.
Look at Blaze's face.
The 0-1-0 dodge roll.
Try, you know we're friends, but there is no way I can agree with you on this one. Let me give you guys a little bit of context. Grinding Gear Games implemented the 0.1 D patch that significantly changed the way that the dodge roll functions. Players are now set to 0 units, which means that they can essentially bypass monsters through any small gap and actually push monsters out of the way with dodge roll as well. This was such a good change, as before this, you could just get straight up surrounded and die. Losing control of your character's mobility is not fun in any game. While the claustrophobic feeling of being surrounded can be a good tool to use once in a while, like in the Viper boss fight for example, it was happening way too much along with many other character movement issues that was terrible for the game. Dreamcore actually had a great video back in 0.1 about all of these issues, and I was able to...
So, I mean, when it comes to the dodge roll, getting blocked like that, man, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure why Try, for me, I don't understand the thinking and logic behind that. I know Try wants the game to be like more difficult or whatever, but like I don't think that's good difficulty. I just think that that's just frustration, and especially when, again, monsters are moving so fast right now that you literally will get surrounded if you're playing like a slower character. It really just prevents you more from playing a slower character, which is like the whole thing that Try is talking about, right? At least in the past couple weeks. So it feels very anti what he wants. So I don't know. I think that, and it's not like you don't get stuck right now either. You still can't get stuck. Your ass can still get stuck if you have too many enemies around you.
To get his hottest take as well.
I don't think it's a hot take. Like, I just think Path of Exile 2 Endgame is kind of trash. Like, that's just my it's just my take.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
hot
Path of
take.
Exile 2 Endgame is just not good.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. For context, this conversation took place right before the release of the 0.4 Fate of the Val League. Dreamcore and I essentially had this same disappointed feeling about the endgame reworks being pushed to 0.5. Personally, I'm a believer in the Infinite Atlas concept, and I believe it's not too far off from being where it needs to be.
Same.
I can't wait to see what GGG is cooking up for the next league. Surely we'll get some news about 0.5 soon, right? Right, guys?
I don't think you should ever be able to skip the campaign because it would destroy the integrity of the game, and it actually has a use case. It is part of your journey, and you figuring out how to efficiently get through the campaign, whether it's through Twin Gear or normal stuff, is part of the experience and part of your skill set.
Oh boy.
Man, we can't be in conversation. Again, I don't get what that means about figuring out the journey. Anybody can fucking slap on Twin Gear and play like a OP build to go through the campaign. There's no figuring out your journey right there. Your first character of the league, yes. Second character of the league, you know what? I don't care what happens. Just make it. You can make it faster. You can skip it. Whatever. I think the campaign, having to run campaign multiple times is it's an archaic, what is it called? Archaic implementation. It's an archaic implementation. Your first character league, 100% run that shit through and through. Second character league, it might not be a skip, but make it faster. You can make it faster.
The campaign skip.
The end game sucks right now. You also beat. How's it going? I think campaign needs. I think it needs campaign to be a good game. No, I'm not saying that you don't run campaign. You gotta running campaign the first time of the league is required, and I think that is not like there's no excuse for not having campaign. But on your subsequent characters, I can be convinced for a full skip. Though I think for me, I would just have an expedited. Don't worry, I'll punch him for you all in November. Like, tell me, guys. Okay? What is your argument for why there cannot be a campaign skip? Or like some sort of expedite, right? We can even go as extreme as a campaign skip. What is your reason why? Like, give me a good logical reason. Alright? Give me a good logical reason. Like, I'm just waiting for a logical reason. Can everybody give me, like, an actual, like, logical reason why?
I think for can scan bipping, campaign skipping, I think we already struggle to stretch a league for the full extent of the, like, let's say 4 months. I think most people don't even play for 4 full months. I think most people play for maybe 1 to 2 on average, depending on how good the league is, maybe longer than that. But on average, I'd say between 1 and 2 full months is how long people play. If we were to manage to literally not even do the campaign, like if we did a campaign skip, I mean, we're just like, we're shorting that even further. And the sense of like, oh, like just, oh, this is not a good league, or the feeling of like how short a league can be is just gonna be heightened. And that'll probably put more pressure on the devs to like either ignore the campaign altogether and to not really care about it, because like, oh, people are gonna just skip it anyways. And that could just probably bring down the value or the quality of the campaign. Because why would they want to invest more time in the campaign if people are going to just skip it either way? And also, just, I don't know, there's something wrong. There's something morally wrong with it. I think if you're in favor of a campaign skip, you're just like morally abhorrent of a person. That's my rational take on that.
It shouldn't exist.
I was saying it's the right take, or good take, but it's my take.
The campaign is so good for Poe 2, I don't understand why anyone skip it. Don't see it around. I mean, you don't have to skip it. You can play through it if you want, right? If you want to, you can. You can, right? Botting, I mean, they're gonna make it. They're gonna do it anyways. They're gonna do it anyways. They're gonna make it there anyways. And I personally think it's a really bad decision to balance a game around bots. I think that is the worst decision you can ever make in a game. Balance a game around bots is terrible. If there was an option to skip it, it would be inefficient to not skip it. But again, that's not a reason why there shouldn't be a skip though. Like, again, it's only for your second character of the league. It's only for your second character of the league. I believe they're not adding a campaign skip. I don't think they're gonna add it ever either. Right? But I think that there's a chance that they add something for an expedited campaign. Something like a, you know, when you get into your second character after you beat the Arbiter, you get all your skill points from the game. Like all the 24.
So,
or like the 24 weapon set skill points, you get that from the get-go.
Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say, No campaign skip. I don't think you should be able to skip through the campaign ever. Ever. It's just not right. But getting your like those bonus passive points that you just mentioned, like the extra 24, I can see an argument for that. Like, you just start your next character with that. That's probably good. Because it's a boost. It is not a skip. It's a definite boost. At best. And I feel like that's all we should ask for. It's just a boost, not a skip.
If you allow everyone to skip the game, players will feel like they have to do it to stay ahead, especially in Trade Lead. What do you mean? It's only for your second character. You don't have to do that. If you're only playing one character, you don't have to skip. And also, again, if you're just talking about staying ahead of the Trade League, right? Then you just play your one character. Don't play multiple characters. It's actively discouraging you from playing multiple characters if you're talking about having no skip. Campaign is the best part of PO2 right now. No skip makes it the useless uniques viable. Imagine how many uniques will be 100% worthless with a skip. Well, I mean, one, you could change them, but two, again, like I said, I don't think that, for my opinion, I don't think that a skip is the way to go, but I think there should be a way to speed it up. But anyways, there's a couple uniques that go away, yes, but then you save a lot of time. You save a lot of people's fun. You save a lot of time. You don't have to go through the campaign that a lot of people...
Alright, sorry about that. Just decided to disappear into another room for like half an hour there. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. What the fuck is a mirror doing in my inventory? Hello? Hello? The fuck? Get away! It doesn't want to leave my fucking screen, dude. Ah! Get the fuck out of here. Close that dog shit. I think a tier list is in order. Alright, we're doing a tier list of the Path of Exile League mechanics. So, we got Abyss, Beasts, Betrayal, Beyond, Blight, Breach, Breach 2.0. So, we're going to pretend this isn't here because this is the only Breach we're actually doing. Conquerors, Delirium, Delve, Eater, Essence, Expedition, Harvest, Heist, Legion, Maven, Ritual, Rogue, Exile, Searing, Exarch, Calgars, Shaper, and Elder, Shrine, Strongboxes, Synthesis, Dormant, Ultimatum, Val, Mirage, and Incursion. Boss order excluded from above. I don't know what this means, so we're gonna just remove it. Elite row. Okay. Abyss, F tier. Let's be honest. Shit's terrible. It does nothing. It's one of the worst mechanics right now. I think Beast is kind of high up in my opinion, kind of A tier. You know, for obvious reasons, mostly just for like the crafting mechanic of it. But it's also a great way of just like stocking up your maps with like rare monsters. So it's good for XP, good for drops. And some of the actual beasts are worth some money. Holy crap, a vulture is worth a couple divines. Jeez. 3 divines at least. That's cool. Rooster Demon, that's new. What does a Rooster Demon do? Come on. Update. Kind of cockerel. It's kind of funny looking. All right. Anyways, yeah, beasts are pretty good. Everyone likes Einhar. Not the most efficient in money. I don't know. I mean, you got 4 of these that are worth some money now. I guess some of these are worth something, but I mean, and if you stock up a quad tab full of rares, like unnamed rares, it's like 4 divines. Betrayal, also A tier. Kind of an unsung goat, if you will. I think it's pretty up there. Not maybe better than Bestiary, to be honest. The veiled stuff is good. Actually, no. Well, I don't know. I like I think it's probably better than Beasts. debatable. Similar reasons for Beast, just a good way of XP farming as well. I went from level 97 to 99, pretty much doing nothing but Betrayal, because those all count as unique mobs, and unique mobs have more XP, so it's kind of a better way of getting XP. But also, of course, like when you just kind of bum rush the stash houses, I mean, there, you know, you can get some good currency out of those. Beyond, kind of B tier, kind of fodder. I mean, of course you get the volatile Val Orbs, but it's just kind of a way of like beefing up just more mobs in general in your maps. Nothing really to it. Blight, kind of D tier right now. Ooh. Flood warning, everyone. Yeah. Blight's kind of D tier, I think, right now. I know there were leagues where it was a little bit better. Probably just last league it was a bit better. But it's just not really packing too much loot. I'll bump it up to C, actually. You get the gold oils if you get lucky. That's really kind of it. It's just the gold oils. It's really all it's really worth doing. I mean, I've seen some pretty good loot explosions from other content creators, but a lot of setup. I'm not a big fan of tower defense stuff, but you know what? I'm bumping it down to D. I don't really think it's that good. I'm not going to put this one anywhere because we're just looking at 2.0 for Breach. I mean, yeah, Breach is kind of S tier. I don't even want to talk about it. Everyone knows why. Conquerors. I don't really mess with Conquerors too much, so I can't really have a serious opinion on it. Delirium's another B tier. Probably better than Beyond. It's got good loot. A bunch of different ways of getting different kinds of valuable currency and just valuable items out of it. Delve. Now, I personally like Delve a lot. But as a mechanic, it's not that good, sadly, right now. Yeah. I like Delve. I have Delve in S tier for me. But I'm kind of approaching this more in like a all-arounder kind of thing, like all-around good mechanic or not for this league. Eater and what's the other one? Where are you? Or Searing? Did they not put Searing in here? Am I stupid? Okay. Oh, there it is. Since they both dropped the divine ones now, it's worth it. I will say the drops out of Searing Exarch seemingly are better this league for some reason. Essences, kind of D right now. They're really not that good. Kind of rippy. I think the investment for them is not too bad right now. Essence Scarabs. Where the fuck are Scarabs? Oh my god, I get it. We're gonna tie in a flood. Let's see. So Scarabs. I'm just curious. Ooh. Okay, so this just makes us all rare monsters or prisons, so you probably want to just bump up the amount of rares, I guess. So yeah, I mean, it's not too expensive to begin with. But just for what you get out of it, I mean, you'd really, it's just one of those things you have to really just like do as much as possible and do it fast. Otherwise, you're just going to be killing a lot of time for no reason. Expedition, I'm going to put it above Delve right now. I know there's some drops that are pretty valuable, but they're not too common from what I've seen. I played a little bit of this one, not too much, but Harvest is probably still S tier. Let's be real. Harvest is always just so good. So many things around the Harvest mechanic is just all around, like, just one of the better mechanics in the game. Heist, I'm gonna have to put that probably beneath Expedition right now. There are some really good modifiers you can get out of, like, the Heist mechanic drops, but as a general moneymaker, it's not really there. It's kind of slow. I don't know. I don't find it to be anything too exciting to do. It's fairly cheap to kind of invest in running heist maps in general, but your return is really not even worth it to begin with. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really have, I guess, too strong of an opinion on heist, but Legion's pretty goated still. I like Legion a lot. It's not like a money printer per se, but it is fun. It is generally just fun. Like, there's nothing more fun than just popping like just a shit ton of mobs. Maven, kind of D tier, probably just slightly above. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know how much to say on it. Ritual, to be honest with you, this is a personal favorite, and it's just it's one of the better mechanics of PoE as an IP. Way better in Path of Exile 1 than it is in 2 right now, because there's many ways of juicing this. Yeah, Ritual's S tier for me. Rogue Exiles, kind of around similar to like Beasts, but it's not as fun. You don't get as much out of it. You know what? I'm popping you underneath Beyond. Settlers, this is pretty good. Probably right beneath Beasts. I would put this safely. You know what? Let's be real. You know that I'm thinking about these two, I'm putting Beasts higher up. This makes more sense to me right now. Not a personal favorite, but it is very valuable to do. I'm gonna let that one sit there, and I'm gonna think about it for a little bit longer. Shaper, I haven't really touched Shaper, to be honest. Shrines, S tier. Let's be real. Shrines are always good to have in your maps. A lot of mechanics are buffed by shrines in that you buff loot. Not a lot of mechanics, I guess, but there's a few of them, like the Maven Chisel ones, the Strongbox ones. Yeah, it's pretty good. Strongboxes, if done right, probably just above, probably the best in A tier, but I wouldn't really put it in S. Yeah, nah, it sticks in S. Synthesis, I played a little bit of Synthesis. I mean, I don't know, it's not that good. Probably F tier, to be honest. It's just not really worth. Actually, Shaper, no. This is the one with like the memories and stuff, right? Torment, oh god. I wish Torment was good. Torment should be good. I feel like Torment on paper makes sense as to why it should be good. Same with Abyss. Abyss should be good, but they just aren't. They're kind of getting an F tier, but probably the best of the F. Ultimatum. Ultimatum's pretty fun. I'm gonna just put in B for now. I'll think about it. Sides, fucking F tier. Literally the worst. One of the worst mechanics. It's slow. It takes you out to maps. It's like the inverse of Mirage, basically, Whereas Mirage, I think, is kind of S tier. I'm gonna put it right above Breach personally. This is basically doubling up almost everything, so it's like it's a +1 to everything. So honestly, I might even put it above Ritual, because this can make Ritual better by just having more chances to run into Ritual stuff. So you know, I'm kind of stupid. Heist is actually pretty good. I was thinking of it. I was thinking of Incursion for some reason when I put this one, but still not that good. I'm gonna put it right beneath Ultimatum for now. Incursions are the one that I was thinking of that's kind of bad. So I'm gonna be honest. I feel like pretty good about this already. Again, I just haven't really messed with Conquerors. I don't really know what it does, to be quite honest. Let me just look at it. Conqueror. Conqueror, pack size. Isn't this just like another, like a synthesis kind of thing? Like it's just like a modifier on an item. Oh, and the Conquerors is this shit. Are these maps? These are the Conqueror maps. Yeah, yeah. Again, I haven't played with the mechanic from the passive tree per se. C's my bad. Yeah, kind of shit. I don't really don't do anything. Nothing really worth specking into. In the previous Breach, I'm gonna just ignore that. So I think Mirage belongs at the very top of S tier. It just makes everything better. Almost shouldn't even be here, but Ritual, it's just the best mechanic, in my opinion. Here's 2.0 Harvest. I'm actually gonna put it. I'm gonna bring Harvest up one more. I'm gonna put. Yeah, I'm fine with that actually. Strong boxes, Calgar, Beasts. I'm gonna bump up Beast one more. Trail, Legion, Valeria. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty okay with this, I guess. I do think, I don't know, I'm kind of stuck between these two. I have more of a personal bias, I guess. I think Ritual is better, is the best mechanic in the game. Like all around. I feel like some people might not agree just because it's probably going to be a bit more like some more setup to it. Whereas Breach, for example, you just kind of run and gun kind of thing. Like you just go in there, pop the hands, and you get going. With Ritual, you really have to kind of set it up. You have to get the blood vessels. You have to. There's a bit more setup. There's more like chances of it being a nothing burger of a run, but I don't know. Probably the gambler side likes the fact that you can just get some insane pops in the Ritual tribute screens. Harvest is just great. I really hope they bring Harvest into the next league, honestly. Harvest and Beasts would be like my ideal next two mechanics. I'm not really a big fan of strong boxes, to be honest. I mean, they're fine. Beast definitely top A for sure, no question. Anyone that wants to debate me, they can. They're gonna lose. They're wrong actually. There's no need to debate. You're just already wrong if you don't think Beast is at least top A. I'm gonna bring Calgar down one more. Betrayal's pretty cool. It's pretty fast as well. Good loot. This is a lot of setup. You know what? You're going down one more. Legion's just all around more fun. Better loot. No, not at all actually. Loot's kind of shit with Legion, but it's just a more fun mechanic. Just kind of ranking these on best, I guess, just funness. I'm about to do something. Elsa, actually, I'm gonna bring you back down to B. I think Delirium's a little bit better than Calgar. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think about how Calgar is actually really not that good. Because I'm looking at Beyond, is it like better than Beyond? I don't think so. Is it better than Rogue Exiles? Yeah, sure, I'll leave it there. Ultimatum and Heist. Heist is good. Heist is fun. Heist all around is a fun mechanic. It's just not that this one is an entirely separate game. Heist. I'm gonna bring Heist back down to yeah. I'm gonna leave it at respectable B. And the rest are fine, honestly. I don't really have an opinion on moving these around. These are all pretty much where they belong. This is just a terrible fucking mechanic. I've never really spec'd into Valside areas, to be honest. What even is there to spec into? How many areas do we have? 2. There's 2 things for Valside areas. What's the point of that? That's like the whole point, that it's corrupted. And this is just, yeah. An alluring Valside area. What's an alluring? Yeah. I think it's fine. Rip it and ship it. Back to the game.
Frankly, on their second character, think is a waste of time. You would speed run a starter character and switch to another? Why would you do that? You could literally respec your character. If after we beat Arbiter, we could have a second take, a faster linear campaign, they could even scale it, add something new, yeah. The game has no consistency, its integrity as a game is somewhat lacking. The reason for GG not do it is because the fallout, it would get from people learning about it. Yeah, 100%. 100%. You could do the campaign first to scale all those. Yeah, exactly. That's what it would be. It wouldn't be a first character. It was every single season, right? Every single league, you would have to play your first character, no matter what, right? You need to go through the entire campaign your first. The second one on board, it could be a skip, it could be an expedited, like getting all your skill points at the beginning, but just add something to make it a little bit faster.
Make your wish.
Like again, so far I've heard 0 good arguments. Nobody has given me an actual argument other than no, don't do it. Like, that's the thing. There's actually 0 arguments. You guys see this, right? I've not heard a single argument other than I don't like it. Actual Rage Raider? Alright, P, you wanna hop on a call? You can hop on a call. Roll call, step into the octagon. We settle this. Because role-playing games center around character progression, you skip the progression, then it loses integrity. I mean, you're still progressing your game in the end game, right? There's pretty much no real meaningful progression on your second character. A lot of people, if they care about like optimization and like how fast you're doing things, and how much money you're getting, they're just playing a Twink character with like a Twink build into the end game. There's no progression there. It's a skill issue. You want to farm currency on a new character, get better at the campaign. Everyone who will start fastest and make a new character is not really an issue. I mean, no, regardless of how good you are, the campaign is still going to take hours. And if you're the person that doesn't have hours, and also the person that doesn't have hours is probably not going to be able to get that good in the campaign, then it's going to be tough. Then you have no time, right?
Ooh.
I haven't heard a single good argument why we should be able to. Here's the reason why, right? There's a lot of people that want to play multiple characters, but going through the campaign takes a lot of time. So what it gives is the opportunity for people who have a lot of time to play multiple characters, whereas the people who don't have that time can't. That's the reason why something to make the campaign faster is good. Because, yes, you know, there should be a difference between a person that has a lot of time and doesn't have a lot of time in terms of how well they can progress their character, right? A person with a lot of time should be ahead of a player who doesn't have a lot of time. But having the campaign there be an obstacle for that person that doesn't have enough time does not affect how competitive that person is. It does, like, making you go to the through the campaign or not go through the campaign isn't going to change like how much currency you have basically based on time. If you wanted to maximize currency, you just stay on that one character and just keep farming, right? If you don't have time, sure, just keep farming, right? But what if I'm a person that doesn't have much time but wants to play a second character? That just means you're just not allowed to play a second character. It's not about efficiency. It will not give you any more efficiency to play a second character. Just tell them they D4. Again, that's not like an argument. That's not like a reason. It's like they're saying playing the campaign is not part of playing the game. Well, no, like most people play ARPGs for the end game, right? I think you can agree with that. And a campaign is just a inhibitor for you to get to your build. It's an inhibitor for you to basically not be able to start earning money, right? I think it devalues the experience. The experience of what? Going on a second character and playing a Twink character and having a Twink build? You have the ability to make your subsequent playthrough faster, learn the campaign. By Twink, you're getting done in 3 hours. That's a lot of time, man. Some people only have 3 hours to play in a week or a day. Again, I don't want it to be where time is gating somebody from not having as much fun as they could. You can have fun on a character and not have that much time. Like, you can have fun at all points of the game, right? But if I'm the person that wants to play multiple builds, that's not hurting my, like, profitability or whatever. If you don't have 4 hours of campaign, you don't have time to farm currency, and you're playing on 10 div. That's definitely not true, bro. There's plenty of people that can farm currency in a short period of time. You could literally go into a Trial of Sekhmet, come out with a mirror, like right now with a mirror. And that takes like what? Barely any time. I like the Arbiter idea, down for that, but some people's idea aren't. If you don't have time to play, it sucks for you, and you probably don't have time to play multiple builds anyways. What do you mean? If I have a couple hours to play in a day, I think I'll have time. But you're just basically, let's say in a week, I have this amount of time. Then you're cutting this certain amount of time out of my process. And again, also, practicing campaign also takes time, too. So it's like you're practice campaign more, make it faster, right? But that also takes time. Stop madness. Again, I'm not asking for a skip or anything like that. I said my ideal is just to make the second run a little bit faster. Give him the 24 skill points. But I also think that it's not the worst idea ever to have a skip. I don't want that. That's not the way that I want it. I personally want there to be just second campaign, have a way to make it faster, right? That's all I want. But I also, again, don't think that it's the worst idea. You were acting like these are 1 month. No time Andy should have plenty of time in 3 to 4 months. But I just think it's just like, what is the value you are getting out of running the campaign a second time with Twink Gear? I just don't see it. Whether it be about a time thing or whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't think that most will find running the campaign multiple times if they're playing 3, 4, whatever characters. Fun. Like, is it at the end of the day fun to do it? Most people don't. Unless you're a speedrunner. If you're the type of person that's a speedrunner, then maybe you'll find it, right? Most people just see it as an inhibitor. Like, isn't it a game? Isn't it about having fun, right? Maximizing on the amount of fun we're having? Like, here's the thing. No matter how fun they make the campaign, right? There's always the argument about, like, hey, the campaign itself, if you don't want to run it, that means it's not fun. So we gotta make it fun, right? It's not about that, because it's always fun on my first character. It's always fun. But I think when you're running your second, third character, is there really a point to it? Like, are you having fun?
Oh, hi. I'm Mark.
I don't think most people are having that much fun.
Sorry, I didn't even notice you.
I enjoy it, but that's because I'm crazy and weird. But I think there's a lot of people just to see it as like, I'm just wasting hours.
Thanks for stopping by.
Got on your PC? Alright. Alright. Hello, hello.
Okay,
hello, hear me?
I'll try and give you some good reasons.
Alright.
I think, well, first of all, I think you, if you could just roll a second character for free and you could do as many of those as possible, it's going to cause a lot of people to just jump on to the newest meta video, and then already, like, the newest build, get, like, the price spikes, right? If there's absolutely no friction involved in swapping builds, you are going to see people jump from streamer to streamer constantly with, like, the new clickbait build. And that's going to be annoying. Also,
that is
right now,
so I've seen that, I've heard that argument before, and that is the one good argument that I've heard so far.
Also,
and I agree with that. I completely agree with that. And there are ways to kind of circumvent it, right? Maybe it's a one-time thing, right? It's not like every character. It's like you get one, and then you got to beat the campaign again on, like, you know, like your next character or something like that. There's ways to kind of circumvent it, but I completely agree with that one.
Yeah, I don't mind friction in an ARPG either. So, like, having the friction of a new character, for the casual players that you're talking about who might not have time to roll a second character, I think there are a lot of those types of players. And I'd be curious how many people even make it the end game to play an Elite thing. I think the campaign actually, maybe even for up to like half the players, might be the entire experience.
Yeah, and for those people, they would still be able to play the campaign, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
so for casual players, they don't need a campaign skip. The people who need a campaign skip would be the players
like the mid
late,
person.
but maybe there's like
There's like it's like the big
But, like,
stuff, right? Because there are a lot of people who do have like 9 to 5s. They come home after work, they play the game, and they do make it great. Because there's a lot of time within the month for the league, and they do have time to come in and slowly but surely progress their character. But those people would, if they want to play multiple characters, having like some sort of expediter following it would help out with like just making their character
Damn,
faster and
so
getting the
close.
end game. Because let's face it, right? The campaign, no matter how much fun you make it, unfortunately, it's just a case where it just prevents you from earning, like, being able to progress your account, progress your like overall wealth, right? And that's kind of like most people's kind of goal for the game. And also, you don't a lot of times don't even get to play your build until later in the campaign.
I think,
or later in the game, in the end game.
I think the argument that if you put in a campaign skip, it helps these people, and people who don't want a campaign skip, it doesn't hurt them, is actually
yeah, of course,
untrue.
it's untrue because
I think
people are
it's
just going to go towards the least friction one, right? People are going to optimize
you
it.
have
Yeah,
to. You're essentially removing the campaign on subsequent playthroughs if you allow this.
yeah, but I also don't think that those people are the people that care. Like, do they really care about
this
the
is
campaign?
this is literally everybody. This is the whole player base now can't do the campaign a second time because it's just you're being stupid if you do it.
Why would it affect the whole player base? Like,
because it's
who
inefficient,
really,
and
but the
if you're
people
playing
who
this
really
game,
So like, I think if, for example, well, he kind of brought up a point. He could probably expand on it a little bit more about, like, you know, meta builds are coming out or whatever, and people want to jump on the meta build. Like, let's say someone did fucking, I don't know, Marauder, Buoy 2, and then the, you know, meta build was like the Druid with the like 100% guaranteed like crit thing and like the vine plants or whatever. I don't know. So whatever the next meta build is, it kind of gives more power in a way to the first time seller or whatever thing that Sir Gog was mentioning. I don't know if it was Sir Gog or someone else, but as soon as the meta build comes out or someone's like, oh, this is actually a really good build and people want to jump on it, those people, the demand for their item skyrockets way faster than it would otherwise, than if people were just like, well, I'm going to just stick to this because I'm already here, I'm already invested in this character or whatever. Whereas, like, if it was easy for me to just kind of like swap into like another character and already be at the point where, well, I already have the levels to buy, not to buy it, I guess, but to like be able to put it on, that demand for that item just fucking skyrockets. Further, like, hindering, I guess, like a healthy economy for that league, at least for that time being. I'm sure it would like settle out or equalize faster than normal. But I don't think it's, I don't think it would be good for the economy, mostly. I don't know, would it, though? I take back my point. I don't think what I'm saying actually makes sense. More think about it. I'm sure, like, the main argument against it right now, the prevailing argument is just there's something traditional about working your way through your campaign that I'm sure, like, it's almost like a boomer versus like younger generation thing in real life, where it's like, if I had to go through, so you have to, kind of thing. where, I mean, they don't really, I guess they don't have a good argument for it, and it's probably not in anyone's best interest to be dragged through the quote-unquote hardship thing, but also, I guess there is some, you have to consider there must be a lot of like design philosophy and general game development that is heavily considered in or factored in whenever developing it, that you can't skip the campaign, and that if we were to change that, I'm sure it would mess up with like, I'm sure it would mess with like a lot of, again, just game development stuff. I don't know what exactly, but something tells me that they do design the game around the fact that you have to go to the campaign, because it's just kind of always been that way. And I'm definitely not one to make the argument that, oh, it's always been this way, so therefore it must be this way forever. I'm a strong believer in against that, actually, generally speaking, but I don't know. I guess I haven't really thought of it that much. I've been more on the side of just like, it just doesn't feel right. At least not for Path of Exile. Like Diablo did it. I don't know if, I guess we should probably just look at another example that has done it and try to discern whether or not it's been a net good or a net bad on the game. Because, yeah, the games are probably totally different in a lot of ways, but I don't know if it's like so different that we can't pick apart whether or not campaign skip in that game has been good or bad for it, and whether or not it would in turn have an equal effect in this game. I will say just right now, it probably wouldn't feel good off the rip, but I can't really pinpoint anything as to why that is the case. So maybe I'll just shut up.
And
So if you're being inefficient, right? The people who care about efficiency, they're just gonna make a twink character and just level through the character, like level through the game. Like, is that meaningful?
Like
I don't think it's meaningful.
I'm someone with a 9 to 5, right? I'm a plumber. I work long days, long hours. I don't always have as much time as I want to have for Path of Exile, but gosh darn it, I make time. Like, I love this game, and I will simply just make time for it. Like, I will simply just make time for this game, because I just like this game so much. So, whether there is one or there isn't,
You've left something valuable in the device.
I had one of my fucking mappers die.
Cornucopia of talent. Here's the next set.
You too? God damn it. My mappers are fucking dying left and right.
Promising list of picks. I'll handle it.
These guys are just rocking real steady. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 800. Nice. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800 me just, you know what? Hold on. You're all done. I'm very unhappy with your numbers. I'm gonna do this again. Ooh. Marching orb. Yeah, I'm someone with a 9 to 5. I don't generally have as much time as I'd like to have for Path of Exile. Like I said, I kind of make time for it, but that's me. I can make time for it. I can find time. Some people can't. Now, let's say, hypothetically, I was able to just skip the campaign. I am someone who does like to just try out new builds, especially in PoE 2. I'm not really quite there yet with this game, in terms of just like, oh, I'm gonna just experiment with different builds and shit. Definitely not there yet. Ooh. Okay, not that good. If I had the ability to just skip the campaign and just do a bunch of builds, because that's what I like to do, would I? Yes, I would. Does that give me any inherent benefit to somebody who isn't going to do that, or doesn't want to, or doesn't feel like they still can? I think it might be a buff to people. Like, there's a very good chance that I could, like, he's making the argument that that people who with less time on their hands would somehow be benefited from this, because then they could seemingly make more builds more often, if that's something that somebody with little time wants to do. Be able to experiment more. I can see that being a plus for sure. I feel like it's benefiting really only one subsect of people. It's not really benefiting the majority, potentially. So let's say it's me versus somebody who doesn't have a lot of time on their hands. Okay. And somebody who does, which is me. Why do they want to create more builds? At what point would this kind of person want to make another build? That they've gotten to the end game and feel as though, I don't really want to do this build anymore. I saw Fubgun put something out and I'd rather do that. Well, they weren't able to get much currency because they just didn't spend much time building out their build anyways, to take it to the point where they are able to farm enough currency to buy what they need to try another build. Again, just on the hypothetical that this is for the person with not as much time on their hands. How does it benefit them when they probably won't be able to afford much anything to really bring any build that they want to try online versus someone like me? I will likely have enough currency to swap into another build because I already made a lot of currency, because I already made a lot of time for the game. So in a way, I will simply just be even further ahead than the guy who's trying to respec, dumping whatever pennies he's got into a new build. Versus someone who, like me, who probably already built up enough currency to comfortably swap into another build. And now I'm going to just be further ahead of him than they were before we were able to switch a class. If that makes any sense. I don't know. Something about it doesn't feel quite right, I guess. Is what I want to say. Like, I don't think the person who he's hypothetically saying would benefit from this would actually benefit from this. In fact, I think I would benefit more from it in a kind of like 1v1, if you will, between me and the guy who doesn't have enough time or doesn't feel like he has enough time. Whereas I will definitely find the time. And if I can make more builds out of the game, I definitely would. But why does someone feel the need, or like it's a want thing, right? It has to be like a want thing. Oh, I just want to try a different build. Okay. Well, if you get to the end game, all of a sudden, or I guess it just really we have to really outline what is the hypothetical skip here. Like, what are we skipping? Are we skipping campaign? Just campaign? Then what is that? Where do you drop someone in? Like after the campaign's done? Like at what, level 65? Does the game give them like kind of shit? Like, you know, like run of the mill? Like there's too many dynamics in there that would make it damn near, I'm sure, development hell for someone to figure out. Because there's also ascendancies. At what point in the skip, like, do you just automatically pick an ascendancy? Like, after you get to it, how many points do you get? And what if the gear that the game just kind of throws onto you as like a, hey, here's like a flat whatever thing, is like super not conducive to the build you were wanting to do to begin with, and now you have all this extra shit. And let's be real, if suddenly all that kind of gear is being mass dumped on the market, I mean, it's probably utterly invaluable. So they can't really like make money off of it, because if everyone's already doing it, there's going to be like no money to be made from it to begin with. It's almost like a net negative, I'm sure in some way on their capital. The hypotheticals around all this just kind of sound like a nightmare, where I just don't see it being a real benefit to anybody. Again, we have to kind of delineate like what is the hypothetical, like, flashbang. All right. Campaign skip. Can I make this brush any bigger? There we go. You know, like let's look at it, right? Like what do you get from a hypothetical like campaign skip, right? Because this is what we're talking about. I should have made it like this actually to expand on these. Oh God.
Maybe if I attach several blades.
I'm really good at paint. What can I say? Then what if we did just the free 24 points? Oops. I mean, what can we even really get out of free 24 points? Like, you know, you start, you pick a new character, you wake up on the beach, boom, instantly 24 points. Like, what can you really get out of that? You know? Uh-oh. Why am I doing it? I'm so dumb. Okay. You know, let's say you start off with the Huntress, right? You get 24 points. Oops. So, I mean, realistically, right? It's the campaign. You only got 24 points. You're going to want to take attack damage. Some of this. More damage. Okay. So we're already halfway through our points, and we're only about here. Okay. And so we do that. We got 5 more points. What on earth can we do with 5 more points? What on earth can we do with 5 more points? You got 1 more point. Fuck it. Right? So 24 points of the passive points gets us this. On a Huntress, for example. Yep. New tab. Just brought it up to here, please. Right. Let's say we did a Ranger. It'd be pretty much a similar tree, right? You got this, you get some projectile damage. More projectile damage. Whatever, this doesn't matter. You could probably want to spec into some more bonuses for your quiver. What is it? Stun? Ew. No, never mind. Take that off. Gear of effect. That's all useless shit. It's evasion. We got like 9 points left. I guess let's say we're doing poison, right? And we can't even do this. So let's just take these off. Yeah, 2 of these. Okay. So that's that. Duplicate the tab. Let's do Witch next. I just want to do the hypotheticals, right? Like, what are we doing with these extra 4 points, really? Do cast speed. Let's do sure. No, let's go over here maybe. No, it's crit. I don't want to do crit yet. Okay. Mana recovery, sure, why not? And then you got 2 more points. Just dump it into this. Okay. I just really want to build out this hypothetical because, like, why are we talking about this still? Because again, you only have 24 points. You're going to want to dump as much damage as you can to really just kind of blaze through as much of that first, you know, couple, like, you know, 4 acts as possible. 3 acts, really. Or 2. And also, this does affect your XP. You know, this does affect your XP gain. Let's throw that into question. So you're doing two-handed, right? I only got 5 more points. I can't really do much with this bad boy. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is two-handed.
Come on, Ayla, think it through. Sorry. I don't know. I'm thinking a bit too hard on this. Fuck it, yeah, whatever this stuff works. Okay, 24 points there. Duplicate. I got the Huntress. Got the Ranger. I got the Witch. I got this dude. Let's just see the Sorceress next. Would probably be the same exact look as the Witch one. The perfect excuse to see Danik. We'll do the mercenary next. Let's be real, this dude needs attack speed like a motherfucker every time. And some cooldown for sure. Boom, 24 right there. I kind of like, I don't know why I thought that was going to be like the actual fucking video for like the next teaser or something. I wish. Let's just check Twitter real quick.
There's a lot going on in the world though. Trump campaign mentioned you. Team Trump said Democrat Senate primary in Michigan is between a radical leftist aligned with Hassan Piker and a theater kid who thinks she has McMentum. The entire bench is cringe. Okay, you can't on the one hand call me a terrorist and then on the other hand be like he's cringe. It's one or the other. Am I scary? Am I a dangerous radical or am I cringe?
Hilarious. Okay, so sorry. What are we doing? This was the monk already. Oh no, we were doing the monk. We already did the monk. We're changing this to the druid, right? Physical, yeah. Let's just do some of this, some of this. Air effects. Increase damage. 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 Some more damage. More damage. More damage. Damage. Sure, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Perfect excuse to see Danik.
Three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Okay. Let's talk about this. The campaign skip. Level 65. You start off at the end of the last interludes, you know, tier 1 maps, ready to go. You're level 65. Is this good or bad? You know what? Let's do this instead. This is A. This is B. We'll do pros and cons of both. Pros. What do we save? Save time. We're saving time. Okay, not better. Let's change this to faster. This is gonna be a direct buff for faster players. Okay, let's try to make this pros and cons more like, so you save time with this. Let's do something else. Pros. Slower. Players. buffed. But this is also a faster player buff. It's like something but. I think you might save more time, but you also get less time. You might save time, but you get less time with the game. This is definitely a buff to slower players, but it's a nerf to it's also like a nerf to them because you're also buffing faster players. So this kind of stays the same. This like nulls itself out. Pros. Get 3. I'm trying. I mean, you might be saving some time. But it'll feel even more tedious. At the start. Oh yeah, also this one just sounds like a development hell. Another pro to the free 24 points. It's a con. I mean, you're not learning anything. You're learning less.
Yes. The perfect excuse to see Danik.
I don't really want to expand on this anymore. This is about as far as I think I want to even think about this. So I'm watching a video about Miso talking about, at least watching his stream, and he's just at this point right now where he just pulled someone in from his chat into a Discord call to kind of talk about, like, he doesn't feel like as if there's any real argument against campaign skips or some sort of power boost with like a you know, like a free 24 point boost. In terms of like a campaign sort of like expediter. So I was like, you know, as he's kind of talking about it, I'm sort of talking to myself about, you know, I don't know. I don't really think I have too much of an argument or too much of a point to make on it. But then as I kind of watched more of it, I started to think about it even more as I'm just kind of like playing Path of Exile. I started thinking about it a little bit more, and some things started just kind of come up in my head, like, well, but this, but that, but this, but that. So I realized, like, I should probably just kind of put this down somewhere and just kind of talk about it. Throw my 2 cents into the void. So, a campaign skip, right? What does this mean? Obviously, the devs have seemingly not entertained this at all, and I'm in the camp that they shouldn't. At least with A, right? I don't feel like they should entertain this at all. This is a bad idea for a million of reasons. But other than just saying bad idea, don't do it, I figured like I should probably kind of write down a little bit more as to why I think it's a bad idea. But let's just run some hypotheticals, because right now obviously this is all we have. This is hypotheticals. This doesn't exist, nor will it likely ever exist. But maybe just thinking about it, thought exercise might help kind of, I guess, discern why maybe we shouldn't. And or maybe we should consider other options. And even then, I'm still kind of hesitant on it. But anyways, so a campaign skip. What does a campaign skip look like for Path of Exile 2? Because in Diablo 4, there's a campaign skip. And I don't really want to get into that too much in the detail because I don't really know enough about it. But as far as I know, you just kind of skip the campaign. You're dropped into the end game with some kind of like mid gear and I think some gold. I think it's about it. But you know, you're just dropped into the end game. You had nothing to do with the campaign, and you just move on. Right? You just start grinding out the end game stuff at the beginning tiers, beginning levels, whatever. For Path of Exile 2, though, what does that look like? Right? So some things that we can probably kind of assume, right? You're level 65. And you are now at the start of endgame, where you can put in your first tier 1 waystone. Okay. So we skipped campaign. We're now level 65. We have 65 passive points. Do we have the extra 24 bonus points? Because if we do, then technically you have plus 24 passive points, right? So you now have a total of, what is that? 89 passive points. Okay. You have 89 passive points to just dump into your tree all at once. Who does this benefit? Does this benefit somebody who knows the game, who knows the builds, or does this benefit somebody who doesn't know the game, who ought to spend their time slowly building something out to get to this point? So that way when they get into maps, they don't get instantly obliterated by a white monster, right? I think this will obviously benefit people with knowledge, because this is very much a game, very much an IP where knowledge is power. It is the defining factor between somebody who's going to succeed in the game and somebody who's going to have a hard time. The campaign skip, at least in the argument he's seemingly making, is more focused on the person who doesn't have time. Now, last I checked, when you don't have time to invest in something, you're likely not going to be as far advanced in knowledge on that thing as somebody who does. So this doesn't immediately, in my mind, benefit a person who doesn't have enough time, who wants to quote unquote try other builds. This is just for the person who's already kind of okay at the game, probably, right? There's probably like a graph somewhere. I don't really want to draw out a graph per se right this second, but something along the lines of like, you know, you got this graph, like something like this, where you have like, it's probably like some sort of like bell curve, right? Where you'll get this. You get, I'd say maybe like 10% of people here, 10% of people here, 80% of people here. In terms of, I'm going to just use the all-encompassing like skill, right? Because I don't know how else to word this. Skill. Who does this benefit more? In my opinion, this is going to benefit more so like maybe this area of people. This is a plus for them. This means nothing, if not could make it worse. For, let's say this is this is 80, this is 40. I don't know. 20 and 20 right here, so 20. This is probably good for the like 30 percentile, right? Top 30 percentile. 30% of players get this buff. This is a buff to them. The remaining 70, I could see this being more of a hindrance to them. This could almost complicate the game even further because it's not really letting them learn anything. And again, if the person who doesn't have enough time to invest in this game to begin with should stay far away from this. This is going to benefit the 30 percentile of people who already have enough time or are willing to make time to invest in the game and learn it than it would for those who don't, right? So I think the argument of this helping the person who doesn't have enough time, you fall into here, and this is more than likely going to be more of a hindrance than not, in my opinion. Because let's say you're the person who takes a week or two to even get to endgame. Campaign skip is, in my mind, a hindrance. You shouldn't do it. You should clearly continue to invest in whatever character you're building. And then maybe, let's say, oh, I picked the wrong build. I picked the wrong character. I don't really like this character. Then potentially a campaign skip could make sense. I just don't see a world where that kind of person doesn't already fall into this, where they're aware of their build being bad. Or not having picked a good whatever character or whatever, right? You probably still fall into this, which at this point, this is probably a buff to you than it is to the people who fall outside that camp. So you're thrown into the endgame at level 65 with 89 passive points. You now have 89 passive points to dump into a tree. You probably don't even understand if you're within this group of people. So again, this is still the majority of the players we're talking about. This is an assumption too. I don't really know, right? I would, this is like a guesstimate. My best educated guess that about 30% of players are in this like bracket right here of people who can benefit from a campaign skip. If the discussion around a campaign skip is for this group of people, then yeah, they should do it. But if the majority of people aren't going to benefit from it, why would they do it? Now, obviously, the argument can be made about, you know, building the game and designing it around this group of people versus this group of people. It's not really, it's not really the kind of video for that, because that's probably a whole different discussion on its own. But if we're just trying to help this entire graph of people have a more fun time, campaign skip automatically mostly just buffs a smaller majority, right? So that's just on the, you know, you're dumping into them. 89 points all of a sudden. Who's going to really benefit from that? This group. The second thing, this is kind of what I'm really kind of delving into is kind of 0.5 on the cons list for a campaign skip for like the rest of the stuff. Because, oh, just giving a character 89 passive points, that's kind of like obvious. And that's assuming 89, right? Because, I mean, you just skip the campaign. You can't really, they don't expect you to backtrack and then, you know, get all these extra bonus points, right? They're going to give you the 24 off the rip. So it doesn't really make sense to backtrack. So assumingly they're going to give you 89 points off the rip. So now your character, right? So, you know, like how does this work, right? How do we get gear? What is on our character? Are we naked? Do we not have anything? Do we have white stuff? Do we have magic stuff? Do we have rare stuff? Do we have any legendary? Do you have any uniques on us? What gear do we have? Right? Because if you know, you're at level 89, you're probably about 4 to 6 passive points already dump ascendancy points into your character. Do you pick your ascendancy like when you're making the character, when you're making the campaign skip? Do you have to clear out, like, is this still something you have to kind of do? Like, you know, the question of like, where does the ascendancy points come in for a campaign skip? And then currency. I mean, by now, like, I mean, you could easily find a divine. Like, I've found, I think, a couple divines and a gold charm while working through the campaign this league during Druids. A gold charm that by this point in the league is worth, I don't know, a few hundred divines, but at the time it was worth like 30, 40 divines or something, because, you know, it was so early in the league. But, you know, there was like a handful of them still on sale, albeit powerful. Probably best to just keep it, but in terms of just, you know, capital, you know, that was worth a lot of money. That kind of accelerated my build making abilities like way faster. But regardless, if you just skip the campaign, is the game going to give you a divine? Is it going to give you like exalt? Is it going to give you this, that, and the other? And how is that not exploitable? You know, like, you just bum rush through the campaign and you just start making a bunch of campaign skips. So like, in my mind, like, there should be no currency given to you. Really, there should be very little. Maybe some scrolls, maybe some Augs and transmutes, maybe a handful of regals, 5 exalts. I don't know, right? I think the currency question is like, realistically, you're already taking this massive power boost in terms of just kind of skipping stuff, and then the likelihood of them starting you off naked is probably low. They're probably going to give you something with like flat physical damage, right? Or if you're a caster, something with just flat spell damage, right? No particular gearing into any elemental or crit or anything like that, right? Just flat physical or flat spell damage is my guess in terms of gear. If we were to hypothetically slap gear onto your character versus what, not giving them gear. And then same with currency. I don't think you should start with any currency. If you're already starting with some sort of gear and you're already starting with 89 passive points, I mean, to get to start running just some tier 1 maps, ideally with some mid gear and maybe 2 passive points to just be able to pick your ascendancy off the rip. You know, this is probably enough power, if you will, to just kind of start running tier 1 maps, and then you can kind of grind your way through that. And then gold, of course, for trading, right? Do you start off with any gold, like maybe 10,000, 100,000, 50,000, 100, no gold, right? There's too many variables in here that can really mess up the economy if found ways to exploit, and there will be people who will find a way to exploit this. So the amount of variables in a campaign skip that I just kind of like hypothetically lined out, you know, draws a lot of questions into the equation than they are potentially like, you know, hypothetically solving, right? And I'll get into the pros and cons for both of these, but I just kind of wanted to just kind of draw out first a campaign skip scenario. And then there's the another potential option where you're just, you know, you finish the campaign, you get to endgame, maybe there's a prerequisite. maybe you, similar to the tablets, maybe you have to kill Arbiter first, or maybe you, I don't know, have to get all 40 ascendancy points, all 40 passive points, or whatever the new tree is going to look like. Some sort of prerequisite before you can technically not have a campaign skip, but have a campaign boost, right? I mean, this is kind of cut and dry. There's not really much to outline here, in my opinion, because you'll still start off on the beach with nothing. But when you're looking at your character, you know, this will say like 24, right, at the bottom left. So it's kind of a power boost, right? You should be able to pretty much knock off more enemies kind of off the rip. You know, you should be able to kind of kill those earlier bosses a little faster, clear through some of the beginning areas a little quicker. But you'll probably still be starting off at level 1 just with the passive points, right? So this is a pretty cut and dry example. I can't really think of anything too complicated in a world where this has to be really, really thought out. This is kind of just slap 24 points on a new character. You just kind of get a move on, because this also saves you time and blah, blah, blah. Anyways. So these are the two hypothetical lined out scenarios: a campaign skip and free 24 points after your first character has met whatever prerequisite is required for either or, right? Okay. So the pros and cons for a campaign skip. I think the pros, where this was kind of tough to think out because there's a lot of hypotheticals in here, like the hypothetical person, the hypothetical economy, the hypothetical time, blah, blah, blah. You know, how much you're saving, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, with a campaign skip, yes, you're saving time. I think this is the #1 buff ultimately that everyone really is just kind of looking out for. This is the winner here, right? It's just the save in time, because this is probably the biggest argument that people have with the campaign right now, is that a lot of people enjoy the campaign. I myself really like the campaign. I think it is currently, in its current state, the best part of Path of Exile 2 is the campaign experience. You know, really going from 0 to hero, not all the way to mirror tier hero, if you will, but you know, a campaign hero. So someone where you get to the end game and you're just blasting through probably the first 5 to 10 tiers relatively smoothly, ideally, right? Because if you've put time into, you know, thinking about your build, or if you're following a build or what have you, by the time you get to endgame, it should be kind of a smoother transition in terms of player power, up until you get to the last like 5 tiers or so of the maps that you really have to start engaging with the economy, or engaging with crafting out some better gear, where it's really gonna matter. So yeah, I think saving time is probably the #1 pro, and I think everyone kind of feels this way. But I'm sure there are other ways to quote unquote save time in the campaign, like some movement skills. I don't know. Something kind of simple like that, I think would pretty much, if we had some movement skills, I think this whole argument would just get thrown out the window, because people will find a way of just blasting through the campaign. Because right now people are able to finish the campaign in about 4 or 5 hours or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, or less. With some movement skills, I mean, you're really just chunking down that time, I would assume. So again, the #1 pro is definitely save time. Now, the con is, in my opinion, is that you do have less time, right? You don't have as much time now with the game, in my opinion. This is kind of the, like, I had to go through it, so you have to kind of like argument that I don't really stand with either. I don't really agree that, oh, because for 4 leagues I had to go through the campaign every single time I made a new character, so you have to, or it's always been this way, so therefore it should always stay this way. I don't think it's a fair argument, but realistically, less time with the game means you're just building up less knowledge. Again, this is assuming you are completed 1 character's prerequisite to be able to unlock a campaign skip. You are ultimately spending less time with the game regardless. Now, And that means less time learning, less time running into more nuanced predicaments where you have to kind of learn something that ultimately, like I said in the beginning, knowledge is going to be power in this game. So less time means less knowledge means less power. I don't see the benefit in that just because you save yourself 4 or 5 hours on average, or again, if you're the guy who's somewhere over here that spends a week or two to just get through the campaign, I mean, you're really, really shooting yourself in the foot now. This is definitely a buff to slower players, again, kind of in this percentile, like the second half over here, where you might just take some time because, you know, let's say maybe it took you a week to get through the campaign, and you're in end game, you're maybe kind of staggering your way through the maps. You haven't really hit tier 15, and you probably won't for like maybe another couple weeks at most, I would think, maybe a week or so, between 5 to 7 days. But you finally hit it, and then you're watching your content creators and you're like, oh, here's this build that I'm working on now or whatever, and you thought, that looks like fun, and you kind of want to jump in on that instead because you kind of feel like, I'm kind of bored of this build or whatever, and you don't really want to like spend another week going through the campaign again, even with Twink Gear. So a campaign skip might help that kind of person. But on the flip side, the person who's already in this 30th percentile, who already cleared the campaign within, like, let's say between 4 and 10 hours, right? Whatever. I mean, they just got a big buff. Then now they're extra ahead of you, right? Because if they're already good at kind of running the campaign with obviously less and less better gear, I mean, just boosting them straight to the end games, I mean, they're just gonna like, you're giving nitrous to a time machine. Like, they were already ahead of you, now they're just like, you know, they're weeks ahead of you now, in essence, right? So the person who ideally this benefits in comparison to this person, these people, this bell curve just got like shunted to the left. Like, this top bell just got like, it starts to look more like this. Oops. It starts to look more like this, right? Or something like this, right? Now, because now this 30th percentile kind of starts over here, and the rest of the players' base is like somewhere over here. So this is now the 30th percentile, and they take a vast majority of this graph, if you will. Sorry, I'm not the best at MS Paint. So now this 30th percentile, what used to be kind of like a more even spread, now they just absolutely dominate the hell out of the, you know, the 70% behind them. Because where you used to sit was somewhere probably in this area, now you're like all the way back here, right? Because you basically gave them a time machine. You gave already effective people with their time a time machine. So that only just further pushes back these slower players more than what you initially thought was just kind of like a buff to them. It is more of a nerf to them, in my opinion. So if anything, instead of a slower player buff, it's more of a slower player buff with quotation marks. I do think, though, another pro to this is that, again, with more people given the opportunity to really mix and match with the passive tree and, you know, kind of getting to a point where you're interacting with the game that gives you more gear, you know, in the end game maps, you know, I can see definitely more people are given the opportunity to just kind of mess with builds more naturally, if you will, or not naturally, I'd say, but without it needing to be in POB, right? Yeah, and when I say more people, I definitely still mean, again, this previous 70 percentile that isn't already knowledgeable with like external tools or understanding game mechanics and so on. I think more of the average player getting to directly create a character in the game and be able to mess with it and be able to, like, you know, mess with passive trees and stuff and different skill gems and so on. You know, I think more build diversity will be unlocked. but I also feel like that just further accelerates meta discovery in that like more people will gravitate towards meta stuff. And I think overall the argument revolving around meta builds, power creep, and so on, I think that'll just kind of propagate that problem further, right? And this is kind of in a bubble. This whole thought experiment is just in a bubble, because you know, this is assuming no more influences to the passive tree. Like, this is basically, if we had this in this version of the game as it is right now in Druid 0.41 or whatever it is. Obviously I have no idea what the end game is going to look like, but you know, anyways, I think this will just kind of propagate the problem of like meta dominance. We'll find more builds, I'm sure, but the meta stuff is just going to be also found even faster. So kind of really condensing the time between we're all just figuring this new league out to we've already figured out what the best meta is. Therefore, every other build is feeling a little bit more null and void, right? Which just kind of dampens the fun for, again, I still think this back half of the player base, or in this scenario, this front half really of the player base. And I'm sure this would probably boost the economy in some way. You know, more people are just jumping straight into like the currency exchange and blah, blah, blah. There'll be more things moving around. But again, this is once again a buff to quote unquote better players or players with more knowledge. Because if you get more people who have different items, different currencies on their hands, who don't really know the value of it, you're just buffing snipers, you're buffing scalpers. And ultimately, this will likely just introduce a lot more currency into the endgame that is otherwise more valuable at a more natural pace than if we were to just kind of dump a bunch of people generating currency and dumping that into the economy at a more unnatural pace. Again, this is just assuming, like, let's say 50% of the players even do a campaign skip. Ultimately, I can just see it being more of a hindrance on the economy by creating a bigger divide between the have and the have-nots, or the rich and the poor. Because again, it's just, this is a buff to the better players more than it is a help to the slower players, in my opinion. And then lastly, on the cons, I mean, this just sounds like fucking development hell for the developers, like trying to figure all this shit out, like the millions and millions of different variables that they have to take into account for a campaign skip for a game like this. I mean, I just can't imagine this being something that is done easily or quickly, or it just sounds like it sounds like an almost entirely separate system within the game that they have to kind of upkeep with every single league update, every single balance. And in the ways this interacts with broken builds, and the way this interacts with just the player economy, like, this just sounds like this has too many variables to ever be realistically implemented and upkept with. I could see maybe like a fresher league kind of thing where they try it out, but I just don't see it being something that will ever be going core just for the development help part alone. Forget about the other cons. It just sounds like way too much more work than they would ever want to devote any development time towards, when they could be devoting it towards making the already existing game richer, fuller, more fun. So ultimately, I think this whole thing is a bad idea. This should never happen, ever. Now, for the free 24 points thing, I mean, like I said, you get a quick power boost. Technically, you know, you're gaining more XP because you're able to just kind of clear things more quicker, and your starting level is just going to be, in a sense, at 24, right? So you kind of start at level 24 in a way. So the pros with this is that, again, similar to the first one, you save more time, but because you're going to be really just blasting through the first hour, I'd say, really, that's really all you really save, I'd say, like maybe hour or two. with the start of the game, you kind of make it even more tedious than if you were to build something with it, in my opinion, because it's now just like, oh, you're really just, you're kind of doing this like leg shake syndrome kind of thing where you're just really just trying, okay, yeah, I gotta go clear the, you know, the worm and in that cave. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go kill, you know, the dude in the red veil. Like, you know, you're just kind of like, you feel even more antsy with the beginning parts of the game. You're really just like, okay, yeah, I can just kind of clear these guys out like super duper quick. Let me just, you feel like as if you're trying to accelerate something that's already been accelerated for you, and now it feels even more tedious because you're really just trying to get through it now without really thinking about it, because it matters to you even less now. And again, knowledge, right? You're buffing people with less knowledge for sure. I mean, ideally by this point they have some more knowledge, right? They made it through the campaign, they made it to whatever, they completed whatever. But it's still just less time with it, right? Again, ultimately, if you're just spending less time with the game, that's just less knowledge, in my opinion. And it is, and in my opinion, it is more of a short-term gain. In terms of again, that initial, like, I'm sure you know, in the first trial league where they ever try to do this, if they ever try to do this, it'll feel good, right, initially. You know, because you've earned it, right? You've did whatever the prerequisite was. You want to start a new build, you make a new build. I want to run the druid next. You run the druid, you do the little power boot, the campaign boost thing. You know, you wake up on the beach and instantly you have 24 points to immediately spec into your character. That's going to feel good initially. But again, why did we need to even get to this point to begin with? Because there are some more underlying fundamental issues, at least that some players feel like are issues with the campaign experience. That they feel the need to skip any of it. It feels it's a band-aid solution. If the campaign's more fun, if it's something you don't want to skip out on, or at the very least it's something that you can, for the players who have the knowledge base and the ability to understand the game's mechanics, if there are systems in place to help those players while also aiding the players who fall in this back 70 percentile, like more tutorials, better power scaling for the campaign, so that it's kind of hard to fall behind, but not so much so that it is it becomes trivial to everybody, right? I think ultimately this is more of a band-aid, and this is just a bad idea. So these are kind of my arguments as to why I think campaign skips, or even the free 24 points, should probably not be considered ever. I think we should address underlying issues, fundamental design with the campaign and its progression to endgame before we consider skipping any of it. Again, this is just one thought experiment. I'm sure most people don't even want this to begin with, but I'm sure there's a good portion of people who would like it. And I don't know who that is. I'm sure they have their reasons, but ultimately these are mine. And just as a fun, quick little experiment as well with the free 24 points, I was just curious as to, like, well, what does that really get you, right? You know, you start up on the beach, immediately you have 24 points. What do you even put it in? Because, you know, you're not starting with an ascendancy. You're not starting with gear. It's nothing. It's just 24 points. What does that really get you? So I just ran some hypotheticals with every class that there is right now, in terms of, like, what does it really improve stats wise? Because ultimately you want to just hit things harder, kill things quicker, move a little faster. So with the Huntress, again, this is all hypothetical, right? In that I don't really know what you're going to be going for this next build, but I would assume it's only 24 points. You're not really getting that much out of it, at least not with this kind of tree that, you know, in Path of Exile 2's tree, you're not going to get too much out of 24 points. And ultimately, in the beginning, you really just want to kill stuff quicker. You're not really wanting to craft anything meta. You're not going to be taking travel nodes. You're just going to want damage, as far as I know. So I just kind of went for, you know, things that kind of give as much damage as possible to your typical builds. Like, for example, for the Marauder, just physical damage, I did two-handed, right? As a, you know, I'm sure I could go for the one-handed one. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion. Like, the difference in points is negligible. So with 24 points in a Huntress, you're getting an increased amount of attack damage of 56 with an additional 24 in physical, more melee, some projectile, some skill speed, and some evasion. So 80%, sorry. Yeah, 80% more damage in a way, right? With the Huntress, you get 80% more damage off the rip. And again, what is 80% of a skill gem that does 24 damage? I am pulling out my calculator for that. Let's say the skill gem, let's say Whirling Assault immediately, because that's really the only skill gem you'll just get. Let's say that thing does like 20 damage. What's an additional 80% of that? So you go from 20 to 36 damage. Okay. Lightning Arrow, let's say that starts off with 30 and you're getting an additional, or no, we're doing Poison Arrow, Poison Burst for this example, right? Because that was the meta, which is technically based off that initial physical and then the magnitude of poison. Let's just say it does 30 damage flat, and then there's an additional 45% increased magnitude of poison, which is like, let's say, an additional 10 damage per second or whatever. So you're doing it about, like, I don't know, let's say initially 40% damage. So you're increasing that by about 40%, and then that 81%. So you know, you immediately bump up to around like an additional, like, you know, to about, like, let's say 100 DPS on average with like the Poison Burst Arrow jump start. Again, is that a lot for a beginning, you know, DPS like on the beach? Yeah, but that's only going to get you so far. And then for this, I mean, we're obviously doing Spark. Spark is pretty low DPS in the beginning, like 15 DPS, something really stupidly low. But you're increasing that by 108%. You're now doing 31, right? This is, you're probably just doing your default strike, which is probably closer to like 25 damage. You're increasing that by like 188 damage, 180%, 72. So I can see with the Marauder, this gets a bigger buff, right? You go from like 25 to 72. Oh, I was doing Spark, my bad. This is probably eating Essence Drain, or, you know, that Contagion skill. And then for, you know, this is, you're probably going to do Spark or something. Spark, again, is doing like 15. And then you're adding an additional 146 and 146. I mean, you go from like 15 to 47 on average. Projectile damage, I mean, you get the point, right? You're only getting so much more damage. Like, you know, 96% out of 20 to 30 DPS is really not that big of a buff, right? So what are we really winning and what are we really losing here? I think you're gaining very little and losing a lot more. So even if we were to side with the argument of a free 24 passive point, the real save here is that you don't have to do all the extra quests, all the extra little side quests stuff. But the power bonus to it is negligible at best. Obviously, the scales better as you go through the campaign, but in the beginning, which is technically, again, the whole point of this is to save you more time through the campaign by about act 3 or 4. you're really not going to notice too much of a difference than if you were just playing the campaign normally. Where you might save yourself at most, again, if you're an efficient player, 30 minutes to an hour doing all the extra side stuff to get these extra passive points. So ultimately, I don't see this being a win either, because it doesn't really save much, and I feel like you lose more than you save. And same with this. So this whole argument, in my opinion, is overall a net negative in its current state, with the passive tree that we have, with the builds that we have, with the classes we have, the economy that we have. In the future, maybe this can be rediscussed with more context, with more power in the passive tree, more power in the Atlas tree. I don't know. But as it stands right now, in my opinion, this is more negative than positive. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it. We're gonna make a video out of this.
Meaningful to level through the game a second time on a twink character with a twink build, not even playing the build that you're going to be playing. Like, is that meaningful? Like, do you like?
Is that what people even do? What is like the twink leveling right now? I know what it is in PoE 1, but
I mean, you
even
could
in
play. You could play. You could basically just slap on. It's like lightning arrow is like one. You could do essence drain contagion. Even like maybe hollow palm is one. Shield wall for like warrior could be one, right? But then most, at least from what I can tell, a lot of, if you're the person that really cares about the efficiency, right? Because like we said, those people are gonna skip the game, the campaign, no matter what. If that's where you're approaching from, those people are probably gonna be trying to be efficient and just playing a twink character anyways with a twink build. And to me, that's just not very meaningful.
Yeah, so I'm currently making
I don't know if that's the same as like twink leveling in PoE 1.
for the one person who just stopped in.
It's definitely not the same level.
I did this whole thing real quick. I just did this whole thing. Like a 40-minute spiel about this whole campaign skip argument. And I'm gonna make a thumbnail about it. I'm gonna upload a video about it. So yeah, I figured there's really no need to have the thumbnail creation part in there, so we'll just have this in the background.
Because 2v1 you have like a 7 what is it, the boots that give you like a shit ton of move speed, like those type of stuff that just like zoom you through the campaign really fast. Most people are still gonna...
That's a good middle ground, right? That would be the type of campaign skip that I think would be ethical and would, like, nobody would be against that, really. Just having better, like
twink
low
gear...
power uniques that are really high power in the campaign.
Yeah, of course. And again, my opinion, like my personal opinion, right, is that I think that the second campaign run should just be about finding a way to speed it up. That I think twink gear can be a part of it. I also think that you should be rewarded with like something to make it faster, even without gear, because there are some people that don't have the twink gear, they don't have the setup, they don't have whatever, and it will, and even with twink gear, right, it does take a long time for most people. Like, I'd say for me, I don't know about you, but on my subsequent playthroughs, unless I'm super booking it, it still takes me about 6 to 8 hours on twink gear.
Yeah.
And that's still a significant amount of time. And it's, again, not meaningful gameplay. It's stuff that, do you really care about your progress through the campaign? I don't really think much of it. I'm just like, all right, I'm just doing this to get me through the end game. So like having some way to like just make it faster would be great. And for campaign skip, I can totally see the argument of like, hey, we shouldn't have it. And I'm on the side that we shouldn't have it. But I also don't really see like how it would harm the game that much if we have subsequent characters. Like, again, there's ways to implement it, right? Like you said earlier, there's like an argument about like just hopping on the meta, and I totally agree with that one. But like, there's probably a way to implement it so where like it's not like that feasible to make that like it's just too much of a hurdle to do that, to just keep hopping from meta to meta to meta.
I feel like 90% of like the dev time and investment has been on making a really good campaign. So
Yeah,
I
again,
don't think there
just-
is a good end game right now. I can play the game for like 2 or 3 weeks and there's nothing to do. And
100%.
realistically speaking, even in a hypothetical situation where they just have this crazy theme park end game, I don't know if that justifies just skipping the campaign when it's probably it's by far the best campaign in any ARPG. Maybe the rest of the
100%.
Wicked might be like similar, but like nothing
it's
even
just,
comes close.
for me, it's just more about fun, right? I don't think a lot of people don't.
You don't
find
think the
second...
campaign is the fun part?
No, I think it's fun, but nobody like when you're going through the second part of the campaign, most people aren't like this. Your second, third, fourth character, most people aren't having fun because they're just thinking about this is preventing me from getting to the end game to actually progress like my wealth, progress my currency, progress my build.
Why do you think that this is the case? Why do you think people feel this way? Like how
Because-
how do you know that this is the case?
I mean, I talk to a lot of people in the community, right? And I think most people, like from what I can tell, from what I've heard, that's how they feel. At least, and that's the way I feel as well. And personally, I think it's kind of logical that a lot of people feel.
I don't
that
even
it's a
think
barrier.
Twitch chat is reflecting this though. Like where are these people?
All right.
Is this like Reddit? Because like Reddit is just filled with like toxic complainers. The 100% of people who want a campaign skip will be posting on Reddit, but that's not
I mean,
a good.
So what do you guys think, right? I just asking chat. Do you guys have like, are you guys just looking to speed through the end game in your your multiple campaign runs? Do you have a lot of fun with your multiple campaign runs? Right? We'll do a poll, right? Do you have fun? Are you having fun? Like, would it be, do you have more fun in the end game? Or would it be more fun, like on your second character, right? Do you have more fun on the end game? Or do you have more fun in the campaign? And again, this is specifically second character, okay? I'm gonna make a poll.
In general, I think just to appreciate your character, you have to like go through like the power fantasy
Once
arc
again, there's
of
no.
starting week.
I don't think there's a power fantasy because you're just playing a twin character.
Well, realistically, I guess I'm not the type of player to roll through the campaign a bunch of times on twink gear.
Mm-hmm.
So it's.
Maybe if I attach several blades.
Someone in chat wants to skip on the first character.
You have more fun on second character campaign or end game. Campaign. End game. All right. We're gonna put up the poll. 3-minute poll. So again, specifically, do you have more fun in the end game on a second character, right? In the campaign or the end game?
What do these people even want to do in the end game? Like, what is there to do in PvE2 right now? What are you doing what are you farming for in the end game? Like, end game's easy. You're making a character more powerful to do what? The game is the campaign right now. Hopefully 0.5 is going to change that, but.
This bad poll is more about not about more fun, but having both fun in both the end game and the campaign on a second character. I mean, even right now, people are voting campaign, so maybe I'm just wrong about this one. And I personally, for me, I feel like the second run, I just want to get to the campaign, but maybe it's not like that for you guys. Maybe you guys like enjoying playing through the campaign. I don't know.
Even if you don't enjoy it, I feel like by doing it, you have the character growth, right?
Yeah, I just don't think there's a character growth if you're just playing a
Do you
twin
guys not feel
character.
attached to your character? When I make a character, I'm very attached to that character, and I like to see him, or I like to see her, you know, start off really weak and get stronger and stronger. That's why I love league starts. I'll do like private league starts, and I'll get bored of a league like 2 to 3 weeks in.
League starts
and
are
then
very different
maybe
from a second character, though, in my opinion.
Well, it's the same thing because I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
League Start is a very different experience than just doing a second character. Unless you're like second character every time, just going in like a blank slate, right? I don't need like maybe you're not wearing twink gear, maybe you're just going in like actually trying to make your build and seeing that progression. Then yeah, of course, right?
What if we just take this to the extreme to try and like help you see the other side of it? What if you could just game skip to level 100? Like, why do we have to arbitrarily define it as the campaign, like end a campaign? What about second character, level 100, there you go. As soon as you hit level 100 in your first character, you can just play any class level 100.
Because...
Would you like that?
No.
Or, no, why not?
Because
you have the character growth of
character
getting
progression,
to level
character
100,
growth.
right?
But in the end game, going up to 100, you're not using you can't use like a weird like a twink thing. Like you can, but most people
what?
Like
you would just what do you mean? What's the difference?
So like when you're going through the campaign, right? You're using a twink. A lot of people, if they
No,
really
you
care
don't
about
have to.
efficiency,
You can. And
You
in the
can.
end game, you could also like quote unquote twink. What is twink? Just something very strong. You could just play like the meta strong thing to 100. Like what's the difference?
But that is your goal, just to get to 100 at that point. Then, I think we're talking about very different goals, right?
Well, we're just skipping character progression. We're arbitrarily defining it as the end of the campaign.
I'm
Why
saying
does it have to
skipping
be
the
there?
for me skipping the boring part / the time-consuming part to prevent you from getting to the part that you want to get to, which is growing your character, growing your wealth, growing your currency, right?
I don't know. I guess to me that is sort of like secondary. Like the economy is so bad in PoE 2. What do you mean growing the like?
Well, I mean, eventually the
It
game's
just-
gonna
it
get there
doesn't-
to where it's good. We could even flip the script on like PoE 2, and let's just say Path of Exile 1's campaign takes just as long as PoE 2, right?
Yeah. I think it's a skill though, and you should reward players who are skilled at getting through the campaign. That's like there's racing in this game.
Mm-hmm. But that's different
that's
though.
a
Like not
big part of the
everybody's
game.
into racing.
Yeah, I know, but
If you want to race, then you should go. Then you can go practice the campaign and do that over and over again. This wouldn't. Like,
oh, I'm not a
prevent
racer either. But you know, I'll appreciate watching an Angrimus stream just to see someone get through the campaign fast. I feel like there's value in that.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm
But
never
if
gonna be a
that's-
racer.
If that's the case, then you can go and still do the campaign and race.
No, but
And,
we're
like,
saying
practice.
if there's a campaign skip, nobody is gonna do a second
Well,
character.
if you care about
running through the
the
campaign.
racing, if you care about like making it through the campaign faster,
No, but this
or whatever,
makes racing relevant. People will like to watch these racers because they think, oh my god, I hate doing this 20-hour slog. Look at this guy do it in 3 hours.
Well-
and they'll be interested and they'll want to watch that and engage with that content.
You can still do that
Because
on your
that's
league
part
start
of the
though.
game.
You can still do that on your league start. And most of these situations and races are league start situations because they start with nothing.
I just feel like there's a lot of downsides to getting rid of the campaign on second characters, but I don't see the upside. The upside is this super niche group in the middle that has enough time to make lots of characters and grind lots of the end game, but also they don't have enough time to do 10 extra hours of the campaign again. Like
I just think it's about, again, for me, it's just about maximizing fun.
yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, well, there's definitely players who just like to see their divines go up, right? I'd say quite a lot of people in my chat like to see that. So
yeah, and that's why I think that for me, it's impossible to make it so the campaign is more enjoyable than the end game.
that's fair. But
But-
the problem is, by letting people skip, you are like you've agreed with me on this. We've said it a few times.
Yeah.
If you can skip on a second character, everybody has to skip because you're just being stupid by
100%.
not skipping, and that is
If-
a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is why, like I said, for me, my perfect implementation wouldn't be a skip. It would be for, hey, your second campaign run, you get some sort of like innate advantage after you, like, let's say, beat Arbiter or something. Right?
But this
That-
still
for the first
cheapens
time,
the
right?
campaign on the second.
I mean, doesn't Twink Gear cheapen the campaign already? Like, what's the difference of this and putting on an extra powerful weapon? Like, they come out with a new Twink piece of gear that gives you some extra power. And this
Yeah, I
is,
guess.
this would be
So-
just
so
something that
already-
just
we
doesn't
already
cost
have-
money. Like, the thing is, Twink Gear does cost money.
Does it?
And-
I don't know what the Twink meta is for. What is it, like Tabula? Tabula's movement
Tabula,
speed? I
getting
don't know.
good jewels in there, right? Getting all that stuff. I think, you know, that is
At
money.
least you're
That is a
interacting
cost.
with the game by, you know, you're using your head to think, how can I itemize with
I mean,
weird
you're
stuff
still
in
using
order to...
Tabula, even if you get the skill points, right? Even if you get the passive skill points, you're still using Tabula. It wouldn't change that experience. But it would make that second run a lot faster, in my opinion, to get you out of there quicker. Which, again, is
Yeah,
what
I
a
don't
lot
have
of
an
people
issue
would
with
want to do. Again, my personal
guess-
opinion is, campaign skip is not the way for me. That's not how I implement it. I would implement it in a way where it's like you don't have to do the side quests, or maybe it's like a Last Epoch way where it's like you get some sort of expedited, like, you know, like you can go
We
through
can
some
agree-
areas and expedite stuff.
yeah. We can at least agree that there are valid reasons to just not have campaign skip, right? Like
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
100%. Like you said, I've agreed that, you know, it really makes it so that people are a lot more motivated to chase the meta, for one. And I think there was one other thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Like there's definitely valid agreements, right? I mean, there's definitely valid reasons. Personally, I don't think those reasons, like, I think those reasons are enough for me to say no skip. But again, I would, it's not like a completely out of the question. Which again, for me, I personally want my personal, like,
Yeah.
perfect point would be for it to like be like just some way to make it a little bit faster.
I can understand coming from your perspective. Like, if I had that mindset where I just want to get to the end game and blast, and that's all I care about, I don't care about my character's journey from like 1 till, you know, whenever I'm done with it, then that would make sense. But I guess, like, I just fundamentally enjoy the game a little bit different, which is, you know, there's no right or wrong way to enjoy the
Yeah,
the
of
game.
100%.
Right? Yeah. So there's definitely valid reasons for and against the campaign skill.
100%. Well, I think we've kind of hashed it out. Oh, thank you for like getting on your computer and like doing this. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's fun. Good talk.
Good talk. All right, I'm not sure what you were doing before, but I hope you have the rest of your day, good rest of your day, evening, whatever. And you know, hopefully you get to chat soon.
Yeah.
So I'm watching a video about Miso talking about at least 80 time, because let's say it took you a week to get through the campaign, and you're in end game, you're maybe kind of staggering your way
Yes. The perfect excuse to see Danik.
What is it?
Maybe if I attach several blades.
All right. I'm done with that. Dude, again, I'm about to leave you, brother. Oh my god, a flood. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's raining. There's a little bit of rain. Oh my god. It's the end of the fucking world. It's raining.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, see you, man. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that this conversation we will never get to a point where we are gonna be like everybody's existence. And maybe that's why they're never gonna implement it, right? Keep it the way it is. It is what it is. But I think there are arguments for both sides that do make a lot of sense, and both of them cater to different players. But I do think, again, there is a very good like place for us to get like a just middle ground where it's like, hey, maybe it's like you get the extra, you don't have to do this side quest, right? You gotta do the side quest for the skill points, because there are already side quests that we don't do. Then you just kind of cut that stuff out and just give us the skill points up front. That could work out. But again, it's just, there's arguments for both sides. All right, let me ping Rabbit. I think getting rid of side quests is a valid compromise. Yeah. Because there is enough of a population there that does ask for something like that. And I think it's could be a good idea to just, you know, listen to those opinions and respect those people. Be like, you know what? That's valid. There's a lot of people asking for it because it's a clear desire. So it could be a good, like, in-between. I'd be happy they would just remove waterways in Act 3. Fog, clear checkpoints, stay unlocked across the account, especially to speed up a little bit. I really love the campaign. You spend so much time in the end game. And again, this is a problem that doesn't, like, this doesn't bother me, right? Because I have infinite. I can do whatever. I also, frankly, I'm a weird one, and I do personally. Like, if I were to vote, if I enjoyed the campaign on like a second or third or fourth character, I would say that, well, each time it will probably go down a little bit more. But I still do enjoy the campaign on my second character, on my third character. Maybe not as much as the end game, and I still do see it as like a inhibitor for the end game, where it's like, that's what I want to do. I want to go to the end game so I can actually start working on my build, seeing progress on my build, and actually like getting to test the cool stuff, right? That's another thing for me. It's like getting to the build and testing. That's where I find the most enjoyment. So having some way to make it faster is would be really nice. Second character with twin cannons would be fun, but third and fourth can be annoying. Yeah. It does go down every single time. Of course, again, I think like if you're a person that likes running, especially the campaign, that's how like you make the campaign. For those people, the campaign's a lot of fun. But I'm personally just because like when you're a speedrunner, it kind of shifts your goals, right? Your goal goes from being I just want to get to the end game and get as much like to progress my character. It shifts from being I want to be able to find ways to make my runs faster. I want to be able to go and make things more efficient, and like I feel dopamine whenever I find a really good piece of gear in the campaign, because that means I'm gonna be running the campaign like, you know, five like a minute faster or something like that, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And if you're like that person that like is in a speed run, like, and want to learn speed run and like speed running, I think that the campaign is like really, really fun for you for that reason. But for me, I'm not that person. Again, I still have fun with the campaign. I like playing the campaign a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But it definitely, as we get further and further down my characters, it's less and less fun. Like, I'm really curious, right? If Grinding Gear Games has like stats on how fast the average person completes the campaign. Whether it be on like, of course, their first character, but then also like subsequent characters. They did that with Gauntlet. I'm sure they have stats on PoE2. Yeah, I really wonder. And I would love for them to reveal that. Because I would venture to guess the average time for somebody to beat the campaign in Path of Exile 2, even on a subsequent character, is probably 10 hours plus. 8 to 9 hours? I'd take that too. Maybe. I mean, again, for me, if I'm really booking it, it's like 6 to 8. So I feel like probably 10 hours plus is where I would go. That's the average tourist time? What, 6 to 8? I mean, it is what it is, man. I'm not good at the campaign. I'm not good at the game. I don't look to speed run, and I've never tried to. If you're not rushing, I'd say 10 to 15 hours. On a second character? Yeah, on a second character, like alt character, whatever you want to call it. I would probably venture to guess the campaign would probably take around like at least 10 hours on average. I have a friend who did 28 the first time. Our average, just across all the players, right? If you average the number out, I think the average time would average 10 minutes. Way higher? No, that's a 10 plus. 10 plus. At minimum 10 plus. It might even be 15 or 20, but it's just at least minimum 10 plus. 18 hours, at least 18 hours the average. I usually spend about 20 to 30 on the campaign, but I really enjoy it, so I'm super strong in every point of it. 5 to 6 might be long to do, so maybe more. I doubt they'll make it too much longer. There's already, again, I think there's already enough people that are like saying that the campaign takes too long. I think that's very hard. Hello, sir.
Yes. Are you done?
No, I pulled you in just so we can have this conversation even further.
I'm not. I know. Like I'm looking for ways. I'm looking for ways to slap someone through Discord right now if we continue this. No.
No, I'm not pulling you in to have more of this conversation. We're gonna move on to this tier list. I was just waiting for you, and I wasn't even talking about it. We were discussing like how long we think the average campaign takes for people.
Oh, I have read everything. I don't even make these kinds of these kind of assumptions anymore because we've had like a comment on the podcast that someone apparently spends that there's people apparently spending 150 hours in campaign. I don't even know what's real anymore. I'm dying for a PoE update. Yeah, you're not the only one.
Do you? So actually, before we go into the tier list, right? Do you agree with my assessment of like their vote? Do you think that it really is like the message that they sent today? Do you agree that it would be a really bad look if it didn't come like this week or like soon? Like, I personally agree.
I think even Grims. First of all, sorry, Miso. First of all, thank you so much, Grims, for the tier 3. Tier 3, Miso. You heard that?
Oh shit,
tier 3. This is what you get when you don't talk about campaign skip all the time. You get Grims. Thank you so much.
Maybe you're the
and
type of person that goes.
As well. What's happening? And Gutted Fish as well. Thank you so much. What was the question again? I think even without the message from today, there has to be, the announcement has to be this week. Because they said it's gonna be end of April, and this is the last full week of April.
Well, no, the thing with the other choice would be delayed, right? So I think it's either
no.
Do we think it's gonna come on time, or do you think it's delayed?
You all know, I wouldn't say I'm a glazer, but let's just say I'm very positive about a lot of things when it comes to this game. If they would now come out in this week and say it's delayed, I would be so fucking mad, because that would be, and I don't believe that to be the case, because that would be so stupid.
Why does
that
it
would
not
be
let
so
me share
stupid.
Chat?
There's no way it's delayed. There's no way it's delayed.
I'm gonna re-knock you,
It
alright?
just isn't.
I'm gonna re-knock you up, alright?
Oh, knock me up again, okay.
Yeah, because for some reason...
There's just no way
it
it's
won't let me
delayed.
share chat.
Was there a message today? I've been just telling people 0.5 is October. No, there was a message today, Grims. But the message was just, there's apparently 2 new people managing like league communications or something. And in the last line, they said, it's coming very soon. The announcement is coming very soon. So no, there's not going to be a delay. There's not going to be a delay.
Yeah, I really like... There's some people that just keep going like, there's gonna be a delay, there's gonna be a delay.
No, there isn't.
All
There
right,
isn't. That's
I sent you a
ridiculous.
knock, I think I sent you a
I
knock.
don't know why people, the thing is, I don't know why people are assuming that the original message of it's coming, I didn't get a knock this time.
Did you not?
I don't know why people are assuming that the original message, I think people are just like too, I don't know, how do you call it? It's like people are getting too nervous, I think, because the original message said that they are gonna do the full reveal at the end of April. And it's not even end of April yet. and
Yeah.
people are already like, "Oh my God, it's the 19th.
Did you get the
It's
knock that time?
delayed." No, I didn't. Oh, now I did. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
So it like nothing has changed, and people are just a little bit too. I don't know. A little bit too nervous.
Yeah, I think.
Yep, Rabbit is right. It is delayed.
So I mean,
Antsy is a good one. Yeah.
Personally, I think that if PoE2DB did not put out that like message about, hey, it's gonna be in June, like none of this conversation would be happening. There might be some people
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
oh, that's weird. Like they should have come out with an update like last week, but hey, they still have time. It's fine, right? The
That's
only
true.
reason why people are so antsy, people are so like, oh my God, it's gonna get delayed, isn't it? Is because of that PoE2DB post, which is completely speculation. And I don't even agree with the speculation either.
Yeah.
So,
It's weird. I think it's weird.
It is weird, but I do think, again, reading into this post, right? Do you agree that this post is a positive post, basically signaling like, hey, there's no delay, and we're gonna probably gonna be releasing. Like,
Yes, of
I
course.
think this means that they're gonna release news this week.
Yes, 100%.
I would even say,
I'm saying right now, is there? I just watched this morning in bed. I watched what is it called? Last week tonight or something, and they did a expose on like the betting markets. Like what is it called? Poly market or whatever.
yeah,
Is that Poly market on
yeah.
Period 2?
People keep saying,
I'm
it.
willing
People
to bet
joking
right now
about
that
it.
we're getting an announcement this week. Is
Oh,
there
yeah.
something for Path of Exile 2?
I doubt it, but you know what? We should start one. Anybody still want to start putting money on it? You know?
Yes.
Again, I've said there is a bet going on. Again, if this delays, right? Originally I said delayed to June, right? But I'll even go as far as say, like, delay before beyond 20 weeks, because I do think that there is a world where it does get delayed 1 week. I think there is a world that can happen. I don't think it's likely, but I do think there is a possibility they come out like, hey, you know, it's coming May 16th or whatever the next Friday would be. I don't think that would be the worst thing.
What are the possibilities basically? So May 1st is basically out.
Basically
I think.
out, yeah.
I think even May 8th.
No, I think May 8th is still in.
Kind of out.
May 8th is
Yeah,
still
you
in.
think? Okay.
Yeah, because they
Might
could
be.
do the teasers this week. They could do the GG stream live stream next week, and then they
Yep.
do the release the following week.
So I think I think people are getting head over heels a little bit. It's all just like, oh my God! Reading
says-
into like every single detail.
Yeah, P says I could see it being May 15th earliest. If not, then it's a delay. May 15th. I think it's.
I mean, like we just need to read the original statement again. It's like it was like they said we're gonna fully show the timeline or what it is, or they basically said the announcement of the announcement is gonna come end of April, and then most likely, and like the past has shown that after the announcement of the announcement, most of the time there's a week between the announcement of the announcement and the announcement, and then between the announcement and the actual release is another week. So if they give us some information this week, the release should be in about 2 weeks.
Yes,
Right?
I would agree. Again, read into it, right? Towards the end of April, we will be announcing our full plans, right? Full plans, which is the GGG live stream. They never give full plans. Full plans means everything, right? Other than the live stream. So this one says that we will be getting it end of April, which is the third or fourth week, which at this point would be. And they are still on target for that. And then this one says a reveal, specifically a reveal, right? So reveal implies not bad news. We're coming very soon for Path of Exile 2, very soon. Not just soon, very soon. And then we hope you're excited as we are. So good news. I think it's gonna be that. Stamp it. Are you gonna make a bet like I am, Rabbit?
A bet?
Yeah, I made a bet. That, do you know about the ongoing bet that I have?
No.
Have you ever
Oh,
seen
you know about the remote control?
The remote control, yeah.
What I'm thinking here is that wouldn't it be more fun if it's another person and like putting the remote control up your
Well,
ass?
the whole thing is a reenactment. Do you know like the video I'm referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, the whole thing is a reenactment. So if there was another person doing it, then it wouldn't be a reenactment anymore.
Ah, okay, that's true. Can I still do it though?
You know what? If it were delays to July, sure, we can arrange for it at ExileCon. Yeah.
That's like J Rockets. But Abyssal Plantage, when can I do that ascendancy? You have to kill Kulemak. You have to get a Kulemax invitation, and when you kill Kulemak, you can get the Abyssal Lich. No delay, stop it. Yeah, like I also already said, the whole delay talk to me is a little bit ridiculous because there is no indications for a delay. That's like saying, oh my god, the sun is not gonna come up tomorrow because like there is irregular winds. I don't know. It's
I mean, to be fair, there is like a slight indication, right? If we're going off normal timeline, it is late for them to announce, like given.
Yeah.
It is a little bit late. It should have been at latest or Friday, whatever.
I think it's kind of funny how we're all going a little bit crazy because this has been a very rough drought. I think, and if there's any indication of what to learn from this situation is maybe 5+ month leaks are a little bit too much in a game that is this popular and people really want to play it again, and like it's crazy. I think that is the takeaway that we can do here, because damn, people are getting crazy, including me. I'm not pulling myself out of that. It's like,
nah, dude, I'm fine. I'm chill. I'm chill as a cucumber right now. I'm definitely not constantly refreshing pages or anything like that.
No.
Definitely
No. I mean, at least Talkative Try can do like 6 more videos over the next 2 days.
Dude, I mean, man, when you posted that thing in our like group chat, our podcast group chat about Talkative Try getting roasted in that Blaze video, like people being really mad at him, I was like, is it gonna be that bad? I opened it up, man, half the comments in that Blaze video were people flaming Try. It was crazy.
I have to say, I don't know if he's he's probably not here, so I would feel a little bit bad. I'm like, I would say the same thing if he was here. I do have to say he did himself kind of a disservice a little bit. I think the take was definitely gonna have some people.
Yeah, it was gonna ruffle feathers for sure. But he's been ruffling feathers for the past like week or two with his his videos. I've been getting even like people were like, I like Try, but his latest videos have been whack.
So yeah, there is gonna be a certain amount of pushback if you voice that take.
Yeah.
But people went a little bit hard.
They went really hard. Yeah,
you should be banned from YouTube.
It was like, go plague another game. He should just go and plague another game. I'm like, what the hell? That's
I
crazy.
think. Did you even get to our part on the video? No, you.
No, I stopped. The campaign skip halted everything.
For like
yep.
4 hours, yeah.
But yours was what was your take? I remember hearing about it, but I don't like in the comments. I saw it in the comments, but I don't remember.
Yeah, some guy in the comments says I'm elitist basically, but my take was this. Wait, I'm playing it on my stream.
It skipped.
I did. Let's see. Let's watch Rabbit's take.
Rabbit, can you please share your spiciest, hottest take about Pill 2? I'm asking for a friend.
My spiciest, hottest take.
Damn,
about
I look
Piri
better
2.
with a
I
beard.
don't know if it's that spicy, but I think it needs to be harder. For Piri 2 to differentiate
be
itself
harder?
from Piri 1,
I mean, I don't think that's
we
a
need harder
spicy
content.
take.
I definitely agree with my.
I don't think that's the spiciest take. I mean, I guess a lot of people, given how the comments that I've seen on our podcast and stuff like that, I do see the comments of people pushing back on that. Again, we've talked about this
I'm
plenty of
stun-locked
times.
on how much worse I look clean shaven. This is ridiculous.
You look great. You look great no matter how the facial hair situation is.
No, I also clarified in the comments a little bit because immediately someone commented like, he wants to make the game harder, but like he doesn't have the casual view or whatever. I didn't necessarily mean like the game itself on every base level should always feel harder to play. I just meant like I
right?
think there needs to be so much more content on the top end that is like more challenging and we can just indulge in. Basically, I kind of said I just want also more end game. So
it's just more
I
content.
I don't think that's a
basically.
spicy take though. I don't think that's a spicy take. I don't know how anyone would be like, no, I don't want challenging content.
Well,
so
the thing-
I said it.
I think like a lot of people will like, on top of course like the wording of like making it feel like, oh, just the game should be harder across the board. I think there are a lot of people that like will take a look at it. It's like, oh, there should be a higher ceiling for like difficulty. They'll see it as like, oh, well, that means that if I can't clear that content, which only streamers are able to clear, they're just gonna have a more advantage. I mean, first off,
I never.
like, yeah, sure.
I have to say, that argument I understand. I will never understand. I will never understand the argument of being like, oh, I only have this amount of time to spend, and I'm like this whole dead gamer argument. I just do not get why you would then at the same time argue for, oh, just because I can do it, whether it be time constriction or skill restriction, I don't care. But to then argue that the ceiling needs to be lowered to my level because I'm not having, like, I can't enjoy all the stuff that the bad streamers and everything do. That is ridiculous to me, because there's nothing that you get like there's no detriment to what you can do. It's just like you just want other players to not to be like put down to your level. I do not get it. I do not get it.
Yes, I think
because
again
having more like challenging content is good for like anyone.
It's content to aspire for, and then also like I've said it plenty of times before. If you're the type of person that does not have that much time to play and you want to reach the ceiling at the same, like you want to reach the same place as a streamer, right? In terms of the ceiling content, how far you progress in your character. Just go play Diablo. And it's not even ironic, it's unironic, because you can reach the ceiling relatively, like, pretty fast in that game, and you'll be able to last the game.
Miso, can you?
Oh, okay. Let me. I'll put
no,
my
sorry,
mic
I just. No. I just pulled you. I just doubled your output on my stream. So
if you're really like, I want to spend like half the amount of time that these people are playing to get to the same place as they are, then again, I think there are other games that can help you with that, where you can reach the ceiling relatively quickly. You know, Diablo 4.
This hideout isn't available anymore, right?
Which one?
Are you also in the? You also have the Plateau of the Gods hideout?
Yeah,
right?
Plateau of the Gods. It's not available anymore. It's,
yeah, that's not
it's
available
0.3.
anymore, right? Because people ask me about that. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, you cannot get this anymore. I saw Snoozer earlier in here. He made this setup for me. This is like has been my favorite hideout ever. This could have won our competition, I feel like. Is the title bait or did I miss something? That's Miso's chat, right?
Yeah, it's not bait. I mean,
you clickbaiter, you.
I mean, I don't
what
think
did you?
it's
What's
bait
your
at all.
title, Miso?
I said we got news about 0.5. That PoE2 is coming soon. That's not bait.
Can you do this face real quick, Miso, for me?
Which one? Hold on.
Like the thumbnail face, the oh my god, happening face. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Cab. All right. We got him, boys.
I mean, I don't think it's bait. I truly think that the announcement that they gave us is just saying we're getting things on time and we're getting an update we're getting teasers.
Looks like Quinn face you got in there in my download folder. Oh, yeah, this one. Oh, I screen capped this one. This was Quinn doing the 6-7 challenge.
Oh,
and I screen capped that as well. I really like screen capping dumb faces. Okay, so and someone, I opened my download folder to post your to post your screen cap, and then someone immediately spotted that in my folder. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Should we actually one more? What before we move on to the tier list? What do you think about Knife? That Path of Exile is a pay-to-win game.
Oh, I didn't. I only watched my part. I think.
Oh, what a wow! Look at this guy. Only watching his part.
Yeah, I'm narcissistic like that. I don't think I
always knew it.
Ever watched anyone's content. So what was? Let's just listen again to Miso's take. I might have just forgotten what it exactly was. Okay, Miso X Zero's take.
I'm gonna watch.
It's supposed to be a very hot and spicy take. What about the OnlyFans folder? Okay, why are you making
share
me
your
click it again?
hottest take about PoE2
Oh, there's-
asking for a friend? Think it might be
I mean,
hot, like
I
things
looked.
that people don't consider. But I think PoE1 and PoE2
Do you have the hideout file somewhere
are
shared?
pay-to-win
Yes, in
games.
Discord.
But it's
In my
a
Discord, the hideout file is in there.
which is okay, but they are pay to win.
Oh, Miso's playing Maple Story while he's giving that hot take.
Yep. I mean, Blaze caught me while I was playing Maple Story. Loki W take. DPS was so low without my crab back piece.
Do like is your take basically meaning that PoE2 is pay to win because of like pay for convenience, that type of stuff?
Stash tabs specifically the merchant stash tab. I think there's other ones with like if you're doing like trade league and you're doing like base farming, if you don't have like a large stash tab like the big stash tab, I think the quad one you're way less advantaged. And in general stash tabs, right? You're losing way like so much more compared to somebody who does. And then again, the merchant tab, you literally I would say it's almost impossible to trade without the merchant tab. Like, if you want to play the game, like, at all seriously, you need at least one merchant tab.
I think that's fair. I think it's definitely fair. But I would also say that comes in an environment where basically I don't think the real free-to-play game doesn't exist. I think the same argument could be made that League of Legends is pay to win because you can buy the newest hero that is super OP most of the time when it comes out, right?
I mean, sure, maybe it's like certain times and points, I guess, right? At certain times and points, if the new hero is like, you know, super OP, it is at that point like pay to win. Though I think you can't earn the currency to buy it too, but it is pay to win, like in that aspect. But like for me, the definition of pay to win is just anything you pay for that'll give you a tangible advantage over another player, and you do get a tangible advantage, right? You're gonna farm faster, level faster, sell things faster to progress your character faster, which makes you farm faster and level faster. Like it's like a cycle.
Yeah.
But
no, I kind of agree.
Yeah, I don't think it's like predatory.
But I do think that especially Path of Exile is like a perfect example of how to do it properly.
Yes, exactly.
Releasing a free-to-play game with having these like paid conveniences. Because I think you'll be fine with the $30 you spend on PoE2. You as a player who isn't like full timing this and everything, and you don't just dump everything into your stash tabs, you can be fine forever with $30 on PoE2, which basically like at this point. Calling it a free-to-play game, I think it's just the nature of how games work these days. Is it really a free-to-play game? If you want to really play it, it's kind of not. But at the same time, okay.
Unless the only things are skins, right? Unless the only things are skins, then yeah.
Zest brought to you by Coca-Cola. Oh, that movie. In-game advertisements. Like you're laughing now. That shit is gonna come. I'm telling you now. When I worked for ESL in the Counter-Strike esports stuff, when I worked for them in marketing, I was tasked with finding ways to get dynamic advertisements inside of the maps in Counter-Strike. So while you are watching the Counter-Strike map and the player is going, let's say A long or something, there's gonna be like a Red Bull ad on the car on A long or something. And yeah, it was I think they scrapped it after I was gone or whatever. I think they scrapped it. I'm not sure what happened there, but at least I didn't see it so far. But that also I think happens in League of Legends now. I think when you watch League of Legends esports or something, in the river or whatever, in the jungle, there's also these like standards or with like sponsorships and everything, or these logos. So it's 100% gonna come at one point.
I mean,
you're gonna
in
have like a free-to-play
6,
game.
In Street Fighter 6, I think they have it like while you're playing the game, not even just watching the game.
Yeah, that's what I
playing
mean.
the game.
That's gonna come eventually.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like,
I
oh, you
think it's
wanna
already
play?
here, but just not in every
You wanna
game.
keep playing this free-to-play game? You're gonna have to watch 3 ads now.
Hopefully it's not gonna be, hey, you gotta watch it, but it's like, it's gonna be something that's on the side, right? It's gonna happen. It's 100% like happening already, and it's gonna be even more widespread.
Dude, if you ever need like new marketing people for any game, my chat is just a perfect one. Coca-Cola truck driving alongside the Dreadnought. Kulemak wearing a t-shirt. Yes.
You're gonna be able to get
like, just so Yanni is gonna be like, have you heard of the Cataclysm? That's almost as bad as not drinking Pepsi every. They just gonna be like,
What's
work
gonna
into
happen
the-
is you're gonna get a unique item. That's gonna be a Coca-Cola branded shield.
I would actually love that. I have a lot of Coca-Cola merch here.
Yo, Wes,
I'm a
thanks
big
for the
I'm a
raid.
big Coca-Cola fan.
Appreciate it.
I personally I think Coca-Cola is just a very, very cool brand, I would say. Pepsi better? That's crazy.
Nah.
That is a crazy take. Pepsi tastes. Oh wait, 2 people said Pepsi better. What?
I don't know about that.
Okay, I know. I'm a Coca-Cola person, okay? Pepsi
Yeah,
Max is
I'm
better.
also-
I've heard that before.
But then again, Dr. Pepper is at the top of the list. Sorry. It trumps
That's a very
every
American
soda.
take.
Dr. Pepper trumps every soda. Is that an American thing? Do you guys not like Dr. Pepper in Germany?
Nah, it doesn't. It barely exists in Germany. People don't really like it.
Really? I mean, my parents used to say Dr. Pepper tasted like toothpaste, but I tasted it and I'm like, this tastes great.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you a bottle of Almdudler, Miso. Okay, if anyone's in chat right now that knows Almdudler, please back me up here.
And dude,
Okay,
what is,
just
what
wait
does
for
that
it now.
taste like?
It's like how do you say it? It's like how do you? It's like a herb drink a little bit. It tastes like a little bit like, yeah, like Kräuterlimonade. Yeah, it's like
Is
it's
it
sweet,
alcohol?
but it's also like a little bit like herb. No. It's
Oh, okay.
it's a soda. It's a soda. It's amazing, and also Malzbier, best thing ever. Like basically the translation is malt beer, but it's non-alcoholic. It's just like a malt drink. It's awesome. How did we get here? P-jar soda. Yes.
P-jar soda. I mean, Rabbit loves that.
Hello.
So I had a you know, I don't know. So your
Don't
chat
listen
was
to the guy.
your chat was saying that you've talked about your P-jar, and you said last time you said it was iced tea, but apparently they said you also said it's apple juice at one point.
What? No, I never say. I hate apple juice.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
like
so
drinking
I've
apple
been
juice.
lied to from chat, because I was like, if at one point you're saying it's apple juice and another point you're saying iced tea, and they both look the same, I feel like it might not be either one of those.
Yeah, that I would understand that assessment. No, it's always I always drink the same iced tea. It's either a peach or lemon, but mostly peach, like 95%. I always drink the same iced tea. I don't like apple juice. I don't think apple juice. There's one type of apple juice I really like. It's Naturtrüber Apfelsaft. You know that one?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, right. It's like